Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Herstory Online Summit. This is Gertrude Macha here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. And we are back with day 23 of our online summit. We've been going for 23 straight days. We have connected with some of the most phenomenal women on the planet. And it's really exciting to see how this summit is unraveling as we meet, learn, and connect day by day. So before I get started, as you know, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea, and community. We pay respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today. So we have joining us the beautiful Miss Jerry coming to us all the way from, where are you today, Jerry? Actually, let me add you.
I'm in Lehi, Utah. Can you hear me?
So mute something. We have to mute one of your sound devices. Say something, Jerry. No, stay the way you were. Don't change anything. Just mute this image and keep the other one for sound. So put it back the way it was. Just now when we had sound. Now I can't hear you at all. Now I So Jerry.
Okay.
Mute the sound on your computer. Just on the computer, mute that sound, then we won't get feedback.
Okay. Now do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yes.
And now I got that muted. Okay.
All right. And you can switch off the video on the
camera.
Is it
phone?
Yeah, that on the phone you can switch off the video. Then we have one video feed from you. So you found a way around it. Jerry, can you hear me? Oh, no, you'll have to keep it on. Keep it on. Otherwise, it doesn't pick up on the... Oh, what a pity. Keep it on, Jerry. Just keep it on. It's okay. Keep on the video. Keep on the video on the phone. It's dropped off now. And Blessing, welcome to the call. We want you on video, please. Come on and introduce yourself. Thank you for coming. And thank you for reaching out to me on LinkedIn. So Blessing, if you can hear me, please say something.
Hi.
There you go. Hi. Wonderful to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How are you?
I am good. How are things going?
Things are going well, thank you. It's just 7 a.m. here in Melbourne, so I thought I'd keep my video off while I do other things.
No, you're not allowed to switch off your video. It's 7 a.m. here because I'm in Melbourne as well. So look at me. I woke up early. I put on my face. So Blessing, I want you to introduce yourself. Introduce yourself,
Well,
Blessing. Just tell
Diana,
everybody who you are.
Yeah, I'm Blessing Diana. I'm the CEO of Diana's Closet, and I also run a coaching program called My Startup Coach. Diana's Closet is an online boutique that caters to the middle-aged woman that wants to stand out of the crowd.
Fantastic. And you and I connected last week for the first time, and I was sharing with you all the things that I'm up to. and how we really want to see how we can energize women here in Melbourne, create some magic. Now, everybody knows that I am on a mission to raise $1 million for the first round of seed capital for my business, my startup. And as I am learning about this startup environment, I want to teach it. You know how they say that when you teach something, you get to learn it even better? That's what the vision and the mission behind the webinar that I'll be running is all about. Now, I'm asking every single woman who has a startup, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, if you are an entrepreneur and you're looking to raise serious money to scale your business, we're talking about 500,000, $1 million going up, please inbox me on LinkedIn, reach out to me on Facebook. I will send you the webinar link because we will be starting this Friday. Now, you cannot come to this event unless you bring 10 other women. And they can be back home in Zimbabwe. Blessing, you and I are from Zimbabwe. They can be in the United States, in the UK, wherever. You can't come to the webinar unless you bring 10 friends. So Jerry, I can see you're still frustrated. We had got it right. Jerry, can you hear me? Let me call her quickly. We're having a technological issue with her sound. And we got it right a few minutes ago. And now I've lost her again. So let me just troubleshoot this.
I'm in the back room, but I think I just canceled it again.
Okay, there we go. Now you're back. Now you're back. Okay, so just leave it like that, Jerry.
Yeah.
Say some things. Say something so I can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you on the phone, but not online.
Oh,
so
okay.
Something is not.
Okay, I have to turn off the phone then.
Okay. Let's try that again. Technology is great when it works, but when it fails, I still can't hear you, Jerry. Now the phone, the second device is coming on without the camera on. So maybe switch on the camera. There's something not quite working there.
And I'm
now
on
I can hear you.
Times.
Perfect.
No, just wait just a second.
Don't disconnect.
Can you hear me?
Jerry, leave it the way it was.
No.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Don't change anything. Jerry?
I want to see and hear you. Can you hear me?
So you can't see us. We can hear you perfectly.
I can't hear you.
Perfectly.
I can't hear you.
You can't.
Nothing.
Oh.
Okay, let me try this. No.
Oh, how frustrating.
Sorry.
Now we can hear you, but you can't hear us, right? We'll get it right. We got it yesterday.
Okay.
Technology is great when it works, and when it doesn't work, it's a disaster. So I'll go back to you, Diana, while we're waiting for Jerry. I want you to give people an idea of your business, your coaching, what you actually do to help women.
So what I do with Diana's Closet, like I said, it's an online boutique, and I'm helping that flamboyant or lady who's confident with herself, wants to stand out of the crowd, and I'm providing unique clothing for her. With my startup coach business, I'm also helping women who are in the e-commerce space build their business up to 6 figures, because that's where I have managed to build Diana's Closet up to. So I'm just helping them navigate that space.
Very nice. And are you mostly in merchandising? Are you helping women who have services, or is it product based?
I'm doing product based. Yeah,
Okay.
it's mostly
Okay.
product based.
Fantastic. Well, it's lovely to have you with us. So, what has happened with my journey, and the reason why I shared that post on LinkedIn, is going into the venture capital world is very, very challenging. There's a lot of jargon associated with it, terminology, which, if you haven't been in that world, it's like you're learning a completely different language. And I was very fortunate in getting myself a mentor who is guiding me through, step by step, and schooling me up on all of the terminology, information that you need to know before you even approach investors, and breaking it down in a very simplified way so that when I do go in for my first round of funding, I know what I'm talking about. And like I said, it's a completely new language. It's scary. And what she's planning to do is to help more than just one woman. So it's not just going to be me. She wants me to inspire as many women as possible to come online. We will be doing a weekly podcast. Besides my webinar, we'll be doing a weekly podcast with her. Now, she is an angel investor who focuses on getting funding for people. Jerry, can you hear us and see us now? Now we can't hear you. Your second device needs to be on. So switch that on again. We can see you, but we can't hear you. So what I wanted to do this morning, Diana, is to just go through a few of the main things that one hears about when you go to raise money from a venture capitalist or from an angel investor. And one of the things that really stood out for me is, what is an angel investor? What does this actually mean? So an angel investor is someone who invests small amounts of money in startups. The term of this agreement started in the 1920s to describe a new investor on a Broadway play. So it actually happened in New York. An angel investor can also be called a dream maker or a world changer. It's someone who may have connections to the founder. So like you, Diana, you are the founder to your company, or someone in your team. It's also someone who might offer more than just a check, but to be an advisor, a connector, and a partner. So that's basically what's happened with me, with the investor who I'm working with. She's an angel investor, and oh, you need to get ready for work. Okay, go ahead and do that, and you can listen in the background, Blessing. You can go ahead and switch off your camera, get ready for work. And this is recorded, so you can watch it after work as well. Okay?
Yeah, that's what. If you need me to jump in, just call me out and then I'll jump in.
Okay. All right, great. So an angel investor, like I was saying, is somebody, when you're angel investing, you're putting in the act of putting in money at the very early stages of investment. So it's helping a company in its first 3 years of business, with the goal that you will get your money back that you've actually put in. So Ms. Jerry, are you back? Yes. Now I can hear you.
I'm just going to turn off my computer altogether.
Okay.
Okay.
You still have the feedback?
Okay, let's see.
Mm.
Can you still see? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
I can't hear you
And
on
no
my phone.
feedback, so
I've
leave it
got
like
silly
that.
me. Now, can you hear me now? No?
Can you hear me?
You
Yeah,
can't
I
hear me
can
on
hear
my
you.
phone. Oh, okay. I can't hear you.
I can hear
though.
you perfectly.
Huh. I can hear you just like I turned my sound off on my computer and I'm listening on my and I figured out how to turn off my I don't know why I'm on there 3 times, but now I can't hear you. I guess I have to hold the phone up to my let me see if I can turn on my speaker because I can't hear you if I don't have it up to my ear.
Okay, so put it on speaker.
All right. Can you hear me?
Let me know if I can hear you perfectly.
Oh, good. What do you know?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yes.
I could hear you a lot better on my computer.
Okay, great.
You can hear me on there. I don't know what happened here, but I'll figure it out before the next time we meet.
Okay, so welcome. I'm glad we made it in the end. I was starting to think you're not going to make it.
Oh, I was going to make it. I was going to give up. I don't give up.
So what I'm sharing this morning, Jerry, is we've got an investor who's coming on board to help the Herstory movement. And there are 4 ladies I want to introduce you to. So you remember the project we started around the female menstrual products?
Yes.
There are 4 musicians based in New Jersey who are going to come and pick up the product and bring it to Zimbabwe. So they approached me. It's a friend of mine based in New Jersey, and she has a musical band with 3 other women, and they want to go to Zimbabwe to help create a music school. So they're coming in September. I've told them to fly out of LA so they can pick up the goods from you, the sewing machines, the overlockers. So between the 4 of them, we will get the product to Zimbabwe. I'm so excited. So I've invited them to come on the call. We'll see how we go. I've just sent them a message on Facebook so we get to meet them.
Okay.
One of the ladies is based here in Australia. She's also another amazing musician. Actually, let me see if Velvet can join us. So Velvet is also a music teacher. She was married to a Zimbabwean man, but they unfortunately went through a divorce. Very good friend of mine. I'll just send her a message. But we are going to be able to create the cooperative now. They are going to fly out of pick up the machines, the fabrics, and everything. They're going to travel with no clothes. I told them I'll take them shopping when we get to South Africa.
Okay, so they should probably fly into Ontario. If they could fly into Ontario, it would be a much easier thing for them. Much easier for them than if they were in Los Angeles. Los Angeles, it's a mess. They're going to be close to Ontario.
Quite a distance.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah. When we come to booking the flights, we'll discuss all of the logistics. I'll remember that.
Okay.
For some reason, I didn't realize there was another airport near Riverside. So that's good.
Yeah, it's much
They can avoid the big city.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although it might end up being cheaper than Los Angeles, but it's for what their purposes are. It might be just way easier. I mean, they'd have to rent a car, and where they won't have to rent a car. I could pick them up and take them. We can get all the logistics done together because we have a lot more stuff than we had before. Can you take it all?
Yeah, we'll sort it out. I'll get them to come a week before just to sort out all the luggage, because what happens is if you're traveling, you can send unaccompanied baggage at a much cheaper price than when you're checking in. So if they
Okay.
come in 3-4 days before, I know that the airlines want the goods to be kept for 48 hours before the flight or something like that. There's some little regulation or law in case there's a bomb or so for security purposes, they have to be checked in a week before.
Well, that's
So we'll
fine.
get them to come in early.
That's absolutely
Excellent. Okay, so let's get started with our first speaker. This is an amazing woman who is co-authoring a book with me and 36 other women from all over the world. This book is being authored with the collaboration of Dr. Tererai Trent, and she is a Zimbabwean woman who has a passion for education. And she's one of Oprah's friends, and we're each contributing a chapter to this book. And the proceeds of the book are setting up a fund, a foundation, to sponsor girls from Zimbabwe to come to America to go to university.
nice.
So, Terry, thank you so much for your video. We're going to start off with your inspiration today. I will share your video. I've sent you a message. Hopefully you can join us. And if you can't, you can always come on and we can talk to you through the podcast instead. So here we go, Jerry. We're off to the horses.
Nice.
Hello, I am Terry Weems, born and raised in Indiana in the U.S. I am 72 years of age. I'd like to thank Gertrude for inviting me to be a member of the tribe. I am so honored to have been received into this sisterhood. This leads me to my story. My mother raised my two brothers and I do not have a biological sister. But I didn't suffer by not having a sister because my mother stepped up and she did everything she possibly could to be a sister to me. And I think she set the bar kind of high because as I started to make friends, it became kind of difficult for me to make friends because it was like if I talked to them about something and they would say something off the wall, I'd be like, why did you say that? You really shouldn't have treated that girl like that, or blah, 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 blah. So therefore, I got labeled as being Miss Goody Two Shoes. But because I have always been interested in how women treat women. At that time, it was girls. So I began to observe and I began to watch the interaction between girls and girls or women and women. I watched the interactions between my mother and her sister, my grandmother and her sisters, my cousins and their sisters. Even though they tried to treat me like a sister, it still wasn't the same. I also noticed in my community that sometimes sisters didn't quite get along. I couldn't understand that. And especially not in public. Those are things that you're supposed to discuss in private if you have aught with your sister. But it didn't matter where it was or who it was just that we were always taught to love each other, my brothers and I. And even though we may have disagreed or they didn't like some of the things that I had to tell them to do because, being the only girl, I was in charge. And I learned how to be a leader at a very early age, um, which is probably one reason why I went into teaching. Then I went into supervision and management. But it always surprises me when people perceive you one way and it's not that way at all. And then you try to tell them and they try to say, no, 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 that's how you are. You are that way. So I began to jot down little notes because I never kept a diary because, my brothers would get into everything under the sun. So I was a deep thinker. And a lot of people would say that was an introvert because I very seldom smiled. I was always self-centered, thinking about what I had to do, what I had to do to get it done. When could I possibly get all that done? And I was always a planner. So as I went to college, I grew out of that because my mother would tell me sometimes when she would wake me up to go to school, she'd say, you need to say good morning. You need to speak to people. You need to stop thinking only about yourself. And I would be like, is there any other way? It was like, okay, I'll learn that. I'll learn it. So anyway, I went to school and I realized that I could not live in the world by myself as she predicted. And I chose to go to school where no one from my high school graduating class went to college. I was the Lone Ranger. Well, there was one girl, but she wasn't in my circle, so to speak. Anyway, so I learned how to have communication, how to think to people with people, talk with people, and learn about people, women in general. I discovered that my desire for a sister was not what I was seeking. I was seeking a sister friend, a sisterhood, someone that I could share with, someone that I could grow, learn things from, like I did with my mom. But I found out not everybody is forthgiving in their thoughts. And I can relate to that because their thoughts are theirs. But when you call yourself a friend, you should be able to talk to one another. So I began to do this writing. And it is about an experience with a friend or friends, or shall I say sisterhood. I began it in anger because I could not believe that they were treating me, and I was disappointed because I've always been upfront with people. So as I began to write, I began to think about all the things that were going or have gone wrong. Now, I just started this writing about 5 to 8 years ago, somewhere thereabouts. And it wasn't really just to write to get published, it was really to help me. So as I was cruising through Facebook one day, I saw that there was going to be this workshop and it didn't cost a lot. And I was like, maybe I need to kind of get my thoughts together and see if maybe I have something that somebody might want to say. So I went to the workshop. I mean, something that somebody might want to hear. So I did go to the workshop. It was virtual, of course, during this COVID. And I was told, don't worry about who's going to read it. Just write it. Somebody will pick up the book. Then lo and behold, a few years later, I get an opportunity to participate in this project of Sacred Promise. And I had to think, oh my God, what have I promised myself? I need to be a writer. I need to get my feet wet. Do I really? But it came from a sorority sister, an honorary, who the first time I heard her was at a workshop. And I heard her and I was amazed at her story and the struggles. And although this may not seem like a traumatic struggle to some, it was challenging. Therefore, I needed to resolve it. I needed to resolve it from within. And my writing changed from being angry to taking a deeper look at my soul and my spirit. Did I have that kind of a spirit that I was being perceived as someone better, a know-it-all, just because I had the desire to learn everything so that I could be in every and any discussion and talk about everything? It gives me pause even today that I have always asked God, and I've always gone to Him in prayer to present opportunities to me. And He always puts things in front of me, and I've never been specific, but He's always put various responsibilities in front of me for me to grow. My mother has always taught us be the best, not to be better than anybody else, but to be better than yourself. Don't just be good. Whatever you try to do it to the best of your ability. So that is what I have done. And I am seeking, in this project, I wrote about how to become a sister versus what my book is. So now I'm in a hurry to try to finish that book because I had to take a pause to really figure out what is it you're really trying to say. And it is my hope that after this project, I will be able to, well, I never stopped writing, but I'll be able to get back to it full time because I've had to take a look at, and I am an overthinker. So if I'm going to be an author, I had to dwell into all of the things that involves it, social media. How am I going to get the word out? How am I going to sell? Yeah, how am I going to get it to those sisters who think that I'm better than anybody without any negativity? I've learned how to deal with that. I just dismiss it and move forward because that's not the way I think of myself. So I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Terry, for that presentation. It's very interesting when you listen to people who are drawn to writing and the reason why we write what we write. Terry was obviously very, very influenced by not having a sister. And now she's part of this book, and it sounds like she's writing multiple books. Now, I know you have written several books in your time, Jerry. Let's talk a little bit about the books that you've written.
Well, my first book took me a really long time to write. I wrote a story, an Alzheimer's story, about how to take care of someone with Alzheimer's and still be happy. And I had the experience of taking care of my late husband's grandmother. And she came to us in 1983, and the doctors had told us that she had 2 months to live. And I wasn't about to let her stay in a convalescent home. So I convinced my father-in-law to let me have her for those 2 months, and she lived 12 years. So it was an adventure that was very impactful to my family, taught my children compassion and how to love unconditionally. It taught our whole family so many things. So I wasn't originally going to write a book about it, but then as I told people stories, or as I was going through the 12 years of taking care of her, people used to say, "You need to write a book about this." And I thought, "Oh, I don't know how to write a book. I never wrote a book in my life. I don't even think I'm very uh, good at English." But then once she passed away, I thought about it for a little while, and then suddenly my husband passed away, and that's when I started thinking, okay, I think I'm supposed to write something. So, but I didn't even start writing it for a couple more years after that. Um, on the 10-year anniversary of her passing, which was in 2005, I started writing. And I actually launched the book in January of 2020. It took me a very, very long time to write that book. A big part of it was feeling inadequate as a writer. I wrote the first draft of it and sat down one day and tried to read it to my mother-in-law, and I couldn't even read it. So I knew, okay, there's something going on here. I need to do something other than just this. And I thought, well, I got it. My kids can remember the stories. And so I put it away for a while, and then I pulled it out about 5 years later, and I rewrote it. And that time, I gave it to one of my cousins to fix all the grammatical errors. And she said, "Jerry, this is a really good story. You need to publish this." And I thought, oh, okay. So, but I still didn't feel like it was written well enough for
Yes.
publication. But I thought I could publish it for my family. And then I got a new job and was busy flying around the country as a flight attendant. And whenever I would tell someone on the plane about the story, they'd say, "I want to read that book." I'm like, "Oh, well, it's not ready to be read." So I pulled it out one last time and really took my time and went through all the chapters and the stories. I didn't keep a journal, I kept a calendar of events that happened. And I have a pretty good memory
Right.
for how things came about. And I didn't realize how good a memory I had until I finished the book and I had my children read it. And because the stories include my children, and they're a big part of the story.
Yes. They relate to everything.
Yes. So I was really excited for my kids to read it in hopes that I got it right before I published. They all agreed 100% with what I had said. So I was remembering things how they actually happened. I wanted it to be the real story. And they remembered it the same. There was a few things that they had forgotten about, and then I triggered their memory, which was so fun. So then the day of the launch, it was phenomenal. I was excited to get to launch the book. I had hired an incredible the lady that edited my book was such a good editor that she made me fall in love with my own book. So that was
I love
my
that.
favorite part of the journey. I enjoyed working with her, and as she would want to, make some corrections or make some suggestions, and of course I was able to accept or reject because of my book, and just
Yeah.
there were so many things that she helped me understand about writing that I just loved it. So then when I had the day of the launch, it went international bestseller by 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of launch. So I
That's
in
crazy.
4 countries. Yeah, so I was very, very excited. And so that was what I thought was going to be my only book. But then as I started
Right.
working with her story, and there's another lady that Linda Olson, who was the first person that really helped me decide that I was going to finish the book. I went to her workshops and she was so phenomenal. And so after I started getting involved with other writers and listening, I went to some workshops at the local senior center, and I hit the jackpot there. There's a source
Right.
that people don't realize. In the senior center I went to, there were retired professors from universities, authors, editors. There were screenplay writers. They were all attending these writers classes at the senior center in my town. So I would go there, and
Mm-hmm.
I started bringing like a chapter or two of my book and having them read it and give me ideas. And they were same thing. They kept saying, you gotta publish this. So then I was able to do so. Then soon after, well, right after I launched, then COVID hit, and I was able to do a couple of tours. Well, I did Las Vegas with Gertrude, and then I did New York, and so we
That's
had
when
a
we
whole
first
bunch
met.
planned. We had so much planned, and then unfortunately at the same time I came down with cancer. So I've been struggling with that for the last 2 years, working trying to get
Mm-hmm.
that completely eradicated, and I think we might be there. I just finished radiation, so we'll see. But then I also
Wonderful.
wrote in an anthology book. I wrote my best friend died of cancer right about the time I was diagnosed, and so I wrote her story
Right.
in the anthology book and uh, her journey, and she had quite an extraordinary journey and had fought and wow, harder than I've ever seen anyone fight against something. Her entire life, she had been
Wow.
suffering with cancer, so um, she died quite
Sad.
young. But yeah, but that was those are really between. I'm in the middle of my second novel, second and third actually. I'm doing two at once. I wrote a
Mhm.
children's book that I can't finish till the apple tree blooms. It's
Okay.
a children's story about my grandson planting an apple seed, and the story's written, but in order to have the pictures, we need the apple tree to give us apples. It gives us little tiny apples. We have to have an apple good enough for Jonah to eat. And then the other book that I'm currently working on is my husband has Alzheimer's now, and I'm writing his story, his journey. He's progressing relatively slowly. A lot of the things that I learned from taking care of grandma, I use with him, and they work. And that's been my favorite thing. And I've had a
Good.
lot of response this last since December. I've had a lot of response from people calling me and emailing me and sending me letters that they're using the book to help them with their family members. So that was the whole purpose, is to help people
Oh, that's
sometimes.
wonderful, Jerry.
Yeah.
That's
Yes, the
absolutely
story can be
awesome.
really.
Khadija,
Hi, Kadisha.
welcome. Unmute. We
So,
haven't seen you for a while. It's always good when the family comes back. How are
It's
you?
always good. Happy New Year, I will say.
Happy New Year to you too. Yeah, we last saw you last year. What has been happening with you? Give us an update of your story.
Oh boy. Well, it's been quite a journey, and I'm thankful for that. So I've been basically working on my organization, Psychology of Winning. Basically, what we do is we transform young minds, creating generational leaders. And this is across board here in the States and as well as in Africa or anywhere that I'm invited to go. Um, we're in a world that there's a need for mindset change, and there's a need for healthy mindset. People are struggling. A lot of people are broken. A lot of people are struggling, and they don't know how to overcome or come out of it. And so, what we do, Psychology of Winning, is we come in and just remind you that you're powerful, you're enough, you're strong. And I just came back from Africa not too long ago, where I did school tours
Okay.
in my home country. In all the schools, we did school tours, and we're doing a back to school drive right now. Um, where we are trying to donate about 200 backpacks, water bottles for the young in the provinces because these guys struggle. They walk miles and miles. You know, there's no good shoes, there's no clean or pure water. Um, and so we try to put water bottle and a sneaker in that backpack for them to make sure that it's our part of, letting them know that we see you working hard to become a better version of yourself. That's one thing I've been
Yeah.
doing, and I've been opportune to be, speaking all over. I went to Cairo for the African Economic Summit to speak there. I also went to Belize where I was speaking on the same stage with the vice president and mayor of Belize. And I'm getting ready for another speaking engagement next month. And so I have been quite busy. I have been quite busy.
It sounds like it. Well, that's absolutely wonderful. It's good to have you back. And how is the family?
Family's doing great. They're all when I leave, I come back. It's like, where are you going now? So everybody's doing well. Everybody's doing great. It's really good to be back. It's really good as her
Oh,
stories.
that's awesome.
One of the platform that I always enjoy because of the positive energy where everybody's in the business of adjusting their sister's crown, and so I'm glad to be here.
I love that terminology you just used,
Yeah,
adjusting your sister's crown.
Adjusting their
that's
sister's
that's one of
crown.
yeah, we
That
have
is amazing.
we have to be very intentional. In 1 second, please.
The little one is crying. And that's the thing about her story. We're mothers, right? We have little
Right.
children, we have dogs, we have cats that come to visit.
Tell you. Um, so when I tell people, most of the time I tell people it's you'll be surprised and amazed at how much we as women, when we come together as one force, it doesn't matter the color skin, it doesn't matter if I have an accent, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is we're all on the same page. And when I am there, I pull you up. I rather somebody teaches me how to fish so I can be strong enough to fish for myself than you go fish and come give me. Because what you're doing is you're enabling me. And I will never be independent or be able to be strong to do for myself. But if you see me as your sister, if you see me as your child, if you see me as your cousin, however, whatever the relationship is between you and I, we don't have to be blood family. There are some people that will meet people and their energies just click because that's their personality. They just click. And so I remember when I met Miss Gertrude for the first
Okay.
time, and I was able to share my story on this platform, and it gave me so much. I felt so much at ease and so much comfortable to talk and tell my story more. So whenever I go anywhere now to speak, because I have been given that platform a lot of times to share my story. And so it came just naturally to just listen. I went through this. This is how I fought my demon, and this is how I overcame. And so I say that to say we as women, we should be in the space safe enough to adjust each other's crown. We should not be thinking, I am better than you. I have arrived, so I don't have time for you. I have made it, so you're not on my level. That's a big mistake because the moment you think that thought, you will be amazed on what God will do. That person that you thought was nothing, that was not enough, you will go back to the back burners while that person climbs the stairs. Like there's a saying that goes, my grandmother always tell us, remember the people that you meet down when you're climbing up on a ladder. Because guess what? When you're coming down, you meet them right back there. And none of us know why the globe is created round, because it's a 360 thing. Where you start, you will come right back there. And so let us not
We'll end
forget.
up there again.
Yes, let us not forget that
Mhm.
I am here to help you. I am here to support you. I see you. I might not understand your struggles. I might not know what it is and why it is you do what you do, but I am open and willing to learn so I can help you better. I am open and willing to understand where you are at now and see how much I can add value to you for you to get to
Yeah.
where you want to be at. Most of the time, I tell women, as a woman, this is, let's not just celebrate ourselves in 1 month in the year. It is an everyday thing. Because as a
It
woman,
is.
I just had briefly what you were saying about, things that you've done, and now you're helping your husband write his story. He's going through Alzheimer's. It is not easy. I have dealt with somebody that had that is or was going through that. It is not funny at all. There's some days that is rosy, and there's some days it's like, today is not a good day. But guess what? When you
Mm.
have a group of powerful women that you can just call, or that can call you as their accountability partners, that can call you and say, hey, how are you doing today? How is it going? How can I help you? How can I support you? You have helped that person one. There's some
Yeah.
days where you don't feel like getting up. There's some days I don't want to be bothered. I don't talk to me, don't move me. But then if my sister understands me, if my sister know all of us, there's something that we carry. Some people are projectors, some people are generators like Miss Ruth. I know she's a projector. She projects and then she finds generators to generate. And that's how her story
Mm.
came about in the first place. She projected it and then looked for other women that can partner with her, collaborate with her, and just make it happen. So when she has identified herself, her platform, and she's giving everybody another opportunity to do, what can we not do if we decide to work
You can
together?
move mountains.
What can we not
Yes.
do if we decide to be one
Mm.
together? There's
Mhm.
so much we can. This is the time of intentional love. This is the time of intentional habits. This is the time of being present. This is the time of giving yourself permission to be, giving yourself permission to live, giving yourself permission to appreciate yourself. It is only through that, by that, that you will see that, oh, I didn't know I was a lotus flower. Look at me blooming. I love to talk. If you
And the
allow
thing about lotus
me,
is it's very unique,
And we
right?
love to listen to you. We love hearing you speak.
Oh man, we're so glad to see you, Khadija. Thank you so much for
I am glad.
coming back to the fold and giving us an update on where you're at. It's just
Mhm.
absolutely wonderful to
Been a long journey,
reconnect
but
with you.
we're
So we've
thankful.
got some amazing, we have some amazing things coming
Okay.
in 2020. So I'd like to book a session with you. I've actually got a list of 30
It's
women that I need
2022.
to reconnect with.
2022. Don't take us back. No, no,
We
no.
don't want to go back to
We're not
2020.
doing Corona anymore. Abigail, come. Come sit by me.
No, no, Corona. We have to work around Corona and just make things happen. I'm curious to know what the situation is like in Africa. Which
Oh,
parts of
you will
Africa
be
did you
amazed.
go? How are people?
I went to Sierra Leone. Um, I went to Sierra Leone. Excuse my big baby here. I went to Sierra Leone, and you'd be amazed that it is very well controlled over there. Um, they're on top of it. And I was amazed that, okay, we are in the first world country where people are struggling. And then you all are called third
Yeah.
world country and you're handling this bad boy like it's amazing.
Well, that's encouraging to know.
Yeah, if
I've
you
been
go on my
wondering what
page,
things are like.
if you go on my page or you type in Psychology of Winning on Facebook, you'll see the activities and school
Mhm.
tours and stuff I've been doing. And so I want to go to Zim,
Okay.
I want to go to SA and all these other places for us to get stuff done.
So let's coordinate it because Jerry and I and a group of other women are going in September to South Africa and Zimbabwe. Let's synchronize our calendars so we can all meet in one place in Africa. That would be amazing. We can have a conference in Victoria Falls.
Hello and welcome back to the Power of Giving series.
Oops,
Today it is an absolute honor for me to be interviewing Amy Cavanagh.
That's my video processing in the background there. All right, so let's move on to our next speaker, Michelle Salmons. Let's start with Karen Wilde. So Karen Wilde is a woman who has a very sad story, but inspiring at the same time. She can't be here in person, so I did an interview with her. Karen, thank you so much for contributing your story to the summit today. We'll watch it and then we'll give us some feedback, ladies, if you can stay on the call.
My name is Karen Kelt, and I was born in Sao Paulo, Brazil in 1953. So I'm 66. I will be 66 in a month. And when I grew up in Brazil, I had a very privileged lifestyle. I grew up in Brazil and lived there for all of my life. And I got married when I was 23. I married the great-grandson of a New York State senator whose family, they were also Americans living in Brazil at the time.
Okay.
And 4 months after we had this fairy tale wedding, we were woken up in the middle of the night and taken from our home by men who claimed they were police. At the time, I did not believe them. Kidnapping was something that happened fairly regularly.
Okay.
And they showed us badges, but I didn't believe them, but they were. And they ended up taking us to a prison in downtown Sao Paulo. We were never charged with any crime.
Did they say why they were taking you?
Well, they told us that they were looking for drugs and drug dealers. Okay. And we were neither. We were not anything of the sort. And it was common for police in Brazil to extort money from Americans. That was very common. So we began to assume that that's what was going on. Little did we know that they were trying to get a tremendous amount of money, which obviously we didn't have. So they kept us for 45 days. And
45 days?
Yes, 45 days. Oh. And we were together for the first 3 days. And then they separated us, and that's when things went from bad to really bad. I was raped, and then we were told that we were going to be 3 days there, and then that we would be released. And on the third day, when they came for me, I made the assumption that they were taking us out, that they were going to let us go. And instead, they took us to a room where they tortured both of us. And then they kept us separate from that day forward for 45 days. I would see my husband occasionally when we were taken to that room again. We were finally released. We paid, our family raised $400,000, which in 1976 was a tremendous amount of money. And yeah, and we were released, but we were both absolutely destroyed. We were both broken people. We were told, as was the time, not to talk about it. Just get over it, put it behind you. You have this bright future ahead of you. Don't talk about it, move forward. If there's any advice I would ever give anyone who has any kind of a difficult story, talk about it. Talk about it. Tell people.
So I was depressed for years. How long before you thought we were in a position to talk about it?
I didn't talk about it until 2010.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I was.
What did that do to you inside?
I was a mess. My marriage fell apart. My husband turned to drinking. I tried to get pregnant. Another mistake. Don't do something like that to try to save a marriage. I did get pregnant, but our marriage just didn't survive, didn't make it. And in Brazil at the time, there was no divorce. It was illegal. A man had full control over his wife and his child. And for me to feel like I wanted to live anyplace else, the only place I could think of was the US.
Yes.
And for me to do that, I would have to basically kidnap my son and run away. My parents, my father, who is also, a Brazilian male, very strong individual, who ran everything with a very strong hand, forbade me from leaving and told me that if I left, that he would completely disown me. And my mom, of course, went along with him. That's what women did.
Yeah.
That's what women did. And so I did. I managed to get enough money together and bought a ticket for myself and my son. I had to pretend that I was going away for a weekend to visit friends, so I couldn't take anything with me. I had a tiny suitcase for myself and a tiny suitcase for my son. And we came to Florida. And from there, I kind of moved to New York because my mom's family lived there, but I knew I couldn't contact them.
Yes.
Because if anybody found out where I was, they would come to take me back. So I hated New York. I knew it was so cold. It was too cold. And I moved to California, kind of put a pin in a map. I had never been there before. Put a pin in a map and said, okay, California, they have beaches, they have sun. I think I'll do this. And found out, of course, that I didn't have the ability to get a job. I'd never worked before. I didn't know how to cook, nothing. But I did. I got a job as a waitress and I cleaned toilets and did all the things that I had to do to survive.
Yeah.
And eventually in 1980, that was 1979 that I went up, or early first month of 79. And then in 1981 or 82, I think it was, I got a divorce there in the States. And they granted me custody of my son. And so even from that point, I still was totally embarrassed and I didn't want to talk to anybody about what happened. But unfortunately, as I know now, that's not that's not a smart thing to do, because I started drinking heavily. I got into using drugs. I was just a mess. I was
Trying
having
to find a way
sex.
to cope with all of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was really hard. In 1974, I met an amazing man who in 1976 became my husband. And even him, I told him why I was in the States and, what had happened, but I never really talked to him about it. I never gave him details.
Yeah.
It was still something that I bottled it up.
Yeah.
And I said, it's staying here. And that's what it did. It stayed in there, and I was angry a lot. I had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
But eventually, like I said, in 2010, I did start talking about it. I started taking yoga.
Okay.
And yoga was this vessel that gave me the opportunity to really reflect on what had happened. And I understood that I had to get rid of
and let it go. Get it out of your system.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that's when I decided that I would write a book and tell my story, but I was still afraid that there might be repercussions.
Yes.
And, I was going to self-publish and do all this and using fictional names.
Yes.
And it just didn't feel quite right. And then I was invited to give my testimony at the Brazilian National Truth Commission.
Oh.
They had a program that, the only way I describe it to people, it was similar to apartheid.
Yes, I was going to say, it sounds like the Truth Commission in South Africa.
Yes, and it was, and they got over 2,000 people that had survived those types of atrocities, and all of them, and myself included, gave our testimony. And the hope was that Brazil would then overturn a law that gives amnesty from prosecution to government torturers, but it didn't. It didn't.
Oh.
And then I met some amazing women who were authors and who worked in the publishing industry, and they suggested that I write a memoir. And so that's what I've just done, and the book is coming out in April of 2019. And again, anybody who has anything, that's what healed me. That's what healed me. It was talking, it was cathartic to write it.
And that's the thing about, I was there in South Africa when the Truth Commission was running, and it gave people a space to sit side by side with the person who hurt them. And all they could do was just tell their story and what they experienced.
Yeah.
But the healing that came out of that was phenomenal.
Yeah. We didn't, because most of the victims are actually still in Brazil. The Truth Commission sent not an envoy, an investigator to the UN in New York, and she did one-on-one interviews with me and with several other people, and I didn't ever meet any of them. And the interesting thing about it, interesting, was that when the Truth Commission published its report, and it's 2,000 people, some of whom, have lost limbs or lots of horrific things. When they gave their report, everyone was very hopeful, but there are still maybe between 10 and 20 men who are still alive and who still work for the government, who were the ones who inflicted this. They took out a full-page ad in the biggest newspaper in Brazil, saying that they will never apologize, that they would do it again if they had to, because they were following orders, and they would never apologize to anyone. And so that was the whole testifying before the Truth Commission. It was hopeful.
Yeah.
There was this big hope that it might change things.
But
and when they took that ad out, we knew.
Away.
Yeah.
It took everything away.
Yeah. And we knew they wouldn't change.
Wow.
And today, and that's because, I don't know, but Brazil is very male dominated. Women are, they're second-class citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They do what the men tell them to do.
Yeah. And
for me, being in the States, I was able to thrive as a woman. I got jobs that, once I was married and I was settled down with my family, I did executive jobs. I was the first ever female general manager of a men's professional hockey team. Just things that never in a million years would I have dreamed of being able to do had I stayed in Brazil. And
so I want you to touch on something, because what I'm trying to do with this podcast series is to identify and see issues that are experienced by women worldwide, the impact it's had, and the nuggets of wisdom that you learned from that experience. Now, I can relate to what you've said because I come from a male-dominated society, coming from Africa and Zimbabwe. The whole notion of family suppressing stories of rape, of physical and psychological abuse. What would you say to a woman who's in that position right now? What would you say to your younger self to find a way to cope, to navigate that space?
I would say that anything toxic like that in anyone's life, you need to get away from it as quickly as possible. Find a women's group that would support you and hold you up. Even if it's friends, talk to friends and they can lead you to a group of women. The idea of staying in a situation where it's wrong is very difficult for anyone.
But the challenge then comes in family. When you move, you're leaving everyone you love, everyone you know behind. You had to leave your mom.
Yep.
She was brought up in that environment. That's all she knew. That was her worldview. How did you cope with being away from your loved ones?
It was very difficult for me. And that's why, unfortunately, that's why I turned to drinking a lot and doing drugs, because I was always looking for something to replace what I'd left. Yeah. I honestly never regretted leaving because I knew that I was in control of myself.
And it was a matter of self-preservation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But
did you get to reconcile and reconnect with your family since?
I did. Eventually, I connected with my mother, and she had, in the 2 or 3 years that I didn't speak with any of my family, she had realized herself that she should have stuck by me.
Yeah.
And we had a very emotional conversation because I was angry at her.
Yeah.
I wanted her to stick up for me and go against, this. Yeah.
You felt like
she couldn't. Down. Yeah, she couldn't. So our first reconnection was very emotional, and she told me that she realized that she had made the wrong choice and that she had to have stuck by me. And in fact, within a year, she told my dad, who was now, quite older, she told him that she was going back to the States to be with me and her grandson, and he could either come or not. And that was a huge step for her.
Yes.
But that's exactly what she did.
Oh,
And she was already in her 60s.
So you in a sense empowered your mom to break out of that as well.
I think so, because she really, and when we talked, she told me, I always thought I was doing the right thing.
Yes.
I always thought I was protecting you and doing the right thing, and you would have this amazing life if you had stayed in Brazil, house and all the extra things that came along. And she thought that she was protecting me.
Yeah.
But she realized that it was more important to have that support of my family.
And to have her relationship with her daughter.
Yeah. And my son, it was magical because, we got to spend a good 20 years together before she passed, and it was wonderful.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
And did you find a space in your heart to forgive the people who hurt you?
That's the biggest part for me, because I always kept it all locked up inside. I didn't talk about it, but it was there, and it was angry. And in yoga, this day that I had this sort of aha moment, my teacher at the end of the class started talking about forgiveness. I didn't know her. She was my teacher, and I'd seen her a couple of times, and I didn't know her. Yeah. So we're laying there in Savasana with our eyes closed, and she says, forgiveness is not, it's not about letting go of the past. Mm-hmm. Forgiveness is learning to live in the present. And when she said that to me, and I still do, I got goosebumps everywhere. And I went home and I thought to myself, well, because at the time, I hate to go back like this, but at the time when we were released, several people mentioned to me that they would have those men killed. And that was something they could have done in Brazil, the men who had taken us.
Yes.
And I that day that we were released, I said, no, I don't want to be any part of that. I don't want to ever see them again, but that's not what I want to do.
You didn't want their blood on your hands.
Yes. Well, not just that. It wasn't in my heart to ever do anything vile or evil like that anyway. But my father and several other people said, we'll kill them for you. We'll have somebody kill them. And I just said no. And I thought that I had let it go by doing that.
Yes, yes.
But I hadn't. No. And that's what yoga sort of, by thinking about it and talking about it and talking with friends, that's when I was able to, put that aside.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You have an amazing story, Karen. Thank you so much for online and sharing this morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Good luck with your book.
Thank you.
As soon as it's online, then I can share it with my community.
I would love to.
You are a phenomenal woman. I'm just so happy that you found happiness again and got on with your life.
Thank you so much, Gertrude. I look forward to staying in touch, and I'd love to see stories of the other women that you're working with as well.
I will share the links, definitely.
All right.
My mailing list. Take care, Karen.
You too. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Wow. What a phenomenal story.
Yes.
I tell you, the power of writing books. The power of writing books to heal. She really managed to get that story out of her system by writing it down. I can't begin to imagine what that would have been like.
I'm sure she had many days that she suffered through it.
There's so much power. There's so much power in writing
your thoughts, your
Mhm.
feelings down.
Right.
And that's why
Yeah.
when
But they,
there's so much power and so much grace in doing that. I'm driving, that's why my camera is off. Taking the girls out because they were just on TV. There's
Okay.
so much power in that, and that's why I do. Whenever I do these little things, I have a journal called "Write Your Vision, Make It Plain" journal. So basically, what that does is I put together just a plain page, but then has all these nice designs on the cover that tells stories of hope, stories of love, stories of strength and power and all of that stuff. And I
did
tell
I lose the
women,
sound?
write your thoughts down,
Okay,
write
I
your
lost my sound.
feelings down, write your aspiration, who you aspire to become, who you admire. Write these things down because there's so much power. And always go back to it and be thankful for these things because you will manifest it as if it has already happened to you. There's so much power in writing,
Yeah.
really, so much.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Incredible. I'm actually planning a writer's retreat. Jerry, can you still hear me? Your device has gone. Jerry? Jerry? Okay, so we've lost Jerry's feed. All right, so I'm planning a book writers retreat to Bali, Indonesia. We'll be going to Bali on a 15-day trip. It will probably be in the next 3 months. I'm just waiting for them to get back to me on the new prices for the venue that I normally run my writers retreat. So if anybody out there wants to write a book and get away from it all, do get in touch with me. So the next presentation is going to be me. I found a presentation I did for the Women's International Networking organization. They are based in Rome. And but before we do that, we have Dr. Tanya Jones joined us. Tanya, how are you? She said she was having problems with her video and she's trying to fix it. Tanya, can you say something so we can see if you're still there? Sounds to me like we're having a lot of technical issues today with the sound. So we will try her again later. Tanya, just send me a message once you have fixed your sound. So this was filmed in Rome. And yeah, there's some little nuggets of inspiration that inspired even me watching it back this morning. Back with you soon. Good morning. In my native language, I would say to you, Mangwanani Mamukasei, which literally translated means, good morning, how did you rise? My full name is Gertrude Ruadzano Munyaradzi Mache. And I was born on one of the most fascinating continents in the world. Africa is a harsh continent, but it prepares you to live anywhere. Up until the 22nd of April 2001, I had not quite known what my life purpose was. It was 2 weeks before I launched my first book, and I woke up that morning with words in my head that had to go down on paper. And I went to my computer and I started writing. And I realized at that point that my voice, my body, my very being in this incarnation is merely a channel the Creator is using to awaken the world. A lot of people ask me, Gertrude, are you the typical African woman?
I can tell you bluntly now that no, I'm not. What I do know is that I was born to be her voice and the voice of her children. Let me tell you a little bit about the typical African woman. In my country, when I say my country, I'm referring to the continent of Africa, from north to south. The typical African woman is at the bottom of the food chain. The typical African woman is always the last to eat. Her role in society is to fetch the water, prepare the food, fetch the firewood, make the fire, work in the fields by herself, and she's the last to eat the leftovers of her prepared meals. In my country, the typical African woman is physically and psychologically abused. In times of war, she is raped, and she personifies the downtrodden human being. Now, while all this is happening to her, she asks you, where are you, my father, when my education is sacrificed? Where are you, my brother, when I toil in the field and in the kitchen? Where are you, my mother, when my genitals are cut from my body with a sharp knife? Where are you, my sister? Where are you, my aunt? Why do you allow this to happen to me? Now, because I'm not the typical African woman, I want to share with you the spiritual journey that has been my life. I was drawn to theater and dance at the age of 17. World Health had flown into our village in a helicopter. It was an AIDS awareness campaign, and they were dropping flyers and free condoms to people who could not read. I watched parents running and catching the papers, and the next minute were lighting their fires. I watched the children blowing up the condoms and running around the village with balloons. They would run the workshops on how to prevent the spread of AIDS in English, and they would take a broomstick and put the condom on a broomstick. We started to notice that every single hut had a broomstick with a condom behind the door. Thousands of dollars were wasted in the 80s. So I wrote to World Health when I was 17 and told them that their campaign had been ineffective and that I wanted them to fund me to write a play with an AIDS theme. We passed down knowledge through storytelling. And we embedded the messages about the virus in this play. And people would go home singing and humming the songs that gave them the message. This project helped me create an all-women's theater group. And my mission was to reach that rural woman in Zimbabwe who hasn't gone to school and educate her about AIDS. My group disbanded when I went to the UK when I was 17. I was 19. But before I left, I had the privilege of getting involved in the making of the movie Cry Freedom with Denzel Washington. It was about Steve Biko, who was one of my heroes, a South African activist who started the Black consciousness movement. But what disappointed me when this film came out is that my hero was killed 15 minutes into the film. And the rest of the story was about Donald Woods, the journalist who wrote the book about Steve Biko. And I vowed that I would grow up and work on telling the African story from our eyes. A lot of stories are told about Africa, but not from our perspective. A lot of stories are told and commercialized, and the truth is left out. So I had to park that dream, got married, gave birth to 3 amazing children. I have 3 kids who were born a day apart. I have just celebrated their birthdays on the 16th, 17th, and 18th of September. Don't ask me how it happened. My excuse is that my husband sneezed at Christmas and I got pregnant. My entrepreneurial journey started when I moved to South Africa in 1994. I paid my way through university as a seamstress and a designer, making African clothes because you could not buy African clothes because of apartheid in shops. I imported the fabric from all over Africa, ended up designing my own prints, and paid my way through university and did a business studies degree, majored in industrial psychology and management. I moved to New Zealand in 2001 and went into business. I had a small shop at a recruiting agency called Medical Recruiters of New Zealand, got involved in the making of King Kong and Avatar as an actress by asking if I could take part in the films when Peter Jackson and James Cameron were working on these two movies. Christmas 2004 changed my life. Oprah went to South Africa. I was having Christmas lunch. My parents had come from Zimbabwe for the first time. A girlfriend called me and said, Gertrude, switch on the TV, Oprah's in South Africa. And she stood on this soccer pitch full of children. She had 50,000 children who were affected by HIV and AIDS. And when she opened up her hands, she said, this is the lost generation of Africa. These are kids who will never get to go to school. They've lost one parent or both. Africa needs help. And she reminded me what I had left behind. My grandmother had 11 children. She had 34 grandchildren. 19 of my first cousins have died of AIDS-related diseases. There are 49 orphaned kids on my side of the family, another 40 on my husband's side. So I wrote my first book as a way to fundraise and send that money to Zimbabwe. When the book came out, I woke up in the middle of a dream, and the dream was of my funeral. In the dream, I could smell, I could touch, I could taste. And as my body went into the ground, somebody was reading my eulogy. They said that I would create a foundation that would impact on the 1.1 million orphaned children in Zimbabwe and on the 17 million children on the continent. They said that I was going to write a movie script that was going to win 8 Oscars. I was going to write it, direct it, produce it, and act in it, and share the impact that HIV and AIDS has had on us as a people. And I wrote it all down. The book is called Born on the Continent, Ubuntu. Ubuntu ngamuntu vantu says, a person is a person through other people. So if you haven't met the person sitting to your left or your right, please pay attention to the people you meet. I am a sum total of everybody I've ever met throughout my travels, and the magic happens when you make those kind of connections. So when I started working with the children in my community, I started to imagine, what if the scientist who will find a cure for AIDS is in one of these kids? What if I help raise the future Nelson Mandela for Africa? And so, when I kneel at their feet, I feel privileged that I was chosen to help Africa's kids. This little girl was following me around the last time I went to Zimbabwe. I was giving her a bowl of porridge, and her little friend was following her, and they were talking about me. And they were saying, gosh, she's so beautiful. She can drive a car. And I realized that all I had to do was to keep going back home and be me and show them what's possible. So Africa Life Education Foundation is rebuilding a school. The Zimbabwean government has not touched the rural schools in 25 years. We started this project. I collected 65,000 books in 90 days by speaking in primary schools in New Zealand and asking children to give away any books they don't want. When that container gets to Zimbabwe, it's going to be refurbished into the first health clinic in my community. People are dying in 2016 of HIV-related diseases because of poverty. The drugs are being administered 40 kilometers away, but we do not have $2 to get on that bus at the end of each month to get the free drugs. My friends helped me create a company called Walk on the Wild Side Tours, and I take people to Zimbabwe on a magical trip, and this helps me fundraise. So the film is called The Ubuntu Prophecies. This is my baby brother, and this is who the story is based on. I was 13 years old when my brother was born. My mother would put him on my back, and I would care for him. But he died in March 2009, 12 days after his 30th birthday. And he asked me to tell his story. He gave up the will to live. People are dying because when you're told you're HIV positive, if you buy that story, you will check out in 3 or 4 months' time. He was diagnosed in December 2008, and by March he was dead. So I find myself in New Mexico as a filmmaker. We talk about growth and women letting go of relationships. I walked out of a 27-year marriage and a 31-year relationship with my husband in December last year and moved to America to be a filmmaker. And people kept saying to me, Gertrude, how did you hold on to this vision and this dream for 15 years? And the way you do it is you pretend that it's already happened. So I went and bought my first Oscar in Los Angeles airport the last time I was there. And I started talking about it. I've written the Oscar acceptance speech. And the more I talked about it, the more people started to believe it was possible. So I am living to make the first feature film by an African woman. And the way that I live, the principle by which I live, I want to share with you now. Just jump. If you feel that urge, if you feel that need, if you feel a need to move, jump, because the universe will catch you. And have fun while you're doing it as well, and teach your children to do the same. These are my boys on the day of their birthdays. And when you hit rock bottom, get excited. Because life is cyclical. It has its ups and its downs. And when you hit rock bottom, hold onto your seatbelt, because the only way from there is up. And dance like nobody's watching. I tend to dance as much as I can, wherever I can, on the beaches of Dubai or in the sands of Africa. Surround yourself with positive people. These are my children now. They have just turned 27, 25, and 19. And they are my biggest fans. They love me with all my warts and all my bumps. There is nothing like the love of a child, because it is totally unconditional. And laugh a lot. Laughter is medicine. I sit with women in my village who have lost all of their children to AIDS. And I ask them, how do you wake up in the morning? How do you go on? And they say to me, Gertrude, what happened yesterday is gone. What's coming tomorrow may or may not happen. There is only this moment. And somebody will crack a joke, and we will laugh, and you will feel it from the bottom of your stomach. So I turned 49 years this year. The average life expectancy of a Zimbabwean female is 35 in 2016. I have lived past my die-by date. And I am grateful to be alive. Don't try and reinvent the wheel. Look for mentors. Thank you for what you've done for us this week to bring us in this space so we can connect, so we can share ideas, so we can share our stories, and we can be inspired and go back home and live those dreams. I'm having my first conference in Malmö in Sweden next year, and the vision that I have is to inspire people like me, women from Africa who are in the diaspora, to go back to our communities, because we are the help that Africa is waiting for. My grandmother used to say that for a tree to survive, it has to scatter its seed as far away from it as possible. We've been dispersed around the world through wars, through slavery. I'm an economic refugee. But we have the knowledge base to go back and rebuild the continent. So if anybody here is from Africa, please put up your hand. If anybody in this room has a passion for Africa, please put up your hand. Because we can't do this on our own. We need your help. And when you get the opportunity to speak, speak with passion. Speak with confidence and grace. And don't be scared to share your story. Don't be scared to spread your ideas, because ideas are seeds. And when I plant my seed, I light a fire in somebody else's heart. So thank you for listening to my presentation today. The books are available. I will be signing when Oscar comes home. The signature will be worth something on eBay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
It's quite a reminder, and always great to look back on past presentations and videos. You know, every once in a while, I sometimes think, why am I doing this? And it just feels like it's just too hard. It's just way too hard to keep on going. So I found this morning as I was going through my library of videos, and yeah, it's about holding on to that vision, right? It's easy to let go of it when the going gets tough. How are you doing there, Miss Jerry? I saw you putting up your hand. Yes, I'm going to Africa.
I'm there. You were speaking to me, so I listened. Yeah. I love listening to all women's stories. And since we started doing this Herstory circle, I have just been so uplifted by women. And I've always been, I've always had good friends, but talking to people around the world and hearing, I grew up in the United States. I did not have the challenges that you all had. But my heart goes out to you just as if I was there with you. And so I think God blessed me with the ability to have compassion. And when I hear stories, I want to be there. I want to do. And that's my goal in life. And I don't have the flamboyance that you do, but maybe I'll get some.
Of course you do, Jerry. We all do what we do in our own way, with our own flair, right?
True. That's true. Yeah, I am me and I like it. Luckily, I've been blessed with that too. The feeling, okay, I'm okay, you're okay.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
Yeah.
So the next speaker is going to be male. This is a gentleman that I interviewed who has a fascinating story. I found him on the TED website. He had done a speech called, "If You Want to Help Someone, Shut Up and Listen." I was so inspired. I went online, cyberstalked him, sent him an email, sent him a message on LinkedIn, and he responded straight away. He paid for me to fly from New Zealand to meet him in person in San Francisco, and we're now very good friends. So Ernesto, I would love to share your wisdom with my community today. The things that I have learned from you throughout the years have been absolutely phenomenal. So it gives me great pleasure to share a very, very enlightened Italian man who is part of our community as well. We'll come back and talk about his video in a few minutes when it's done. I am going to be interviewing an Italian author by the name of Ernesto Ciroli. Ernesto, welcome to the Italian Book Club, and thank you so much for this interview.
What a very strange thing to do. It's an Italian book club. You are in Alabama. I'm in California. You're from Zimbabwe. Fantastic. So thank you very much for thinking of me, Gertrude. Thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. I'm really excited to be able to share you with our audience. I'd love us just to talk about your first book.
Yes.
And some of your experiences when you worked in my part of the world, in the Zambezi.
Yes.
Tell us the title of the book first and what inspired you to write the book.
The title of the book is Ripples from the Zambezi, Passion, Entrepreneurship, and the Rebirth of the Local Economy. And my title was inspired by a story that happened to me when I first, as a very young man, worked in Africa in 71. I was a young volunteer working for an Italian NGO. I was working out of Rome. We did this first project in Zambia, in southern Zambia, and it was an extraordinary experience for me because of the disaster that happened there, and was an absolute unmitigated disaster. Was the story of us Italians convinced that we knew more than the African people about agriculture, and we established a training farm to teach Zambian people how to grow horticulture produce, tomatoes and zucchini, and we had all these beautiful Italian seeds, and we thought we were so smart, and the place was so fertile, and was this beautiful farm by the Zambezi River. And we planted all these tomatoes, and of course, as soon as the tomatoes were nice and ripe, the hippos came out of the river and they ate all the tomatoes, and only then we understood that why the Zambian people were laughing at us so much. They laughed at us because we arrived with the arrogance of the white man who's going to teach the local people something, but we knew nothing about the local conditions, and now it was a total disaster.
I'm going to just stop you there, because the way that I met you was through your TEDx video called "If You Want to Help Someone, Shut Up, Listen."
Shut up.
Yeah, so for all of our listeners, you have got to watch this TED video. Just go online and watch it and learn some of the insights that Ernesto actually got out of that experience. So based on that TED talk, please elaborate what were the learnings for you?
Yeah, what has happened to me was that I thought that first mistake in Africa was really never to be repeated again, that the next time we will never plant a crop by a river full of hippos. But it wasn't the case at all. We discovered that for the next 5 or 6 years in Kenya, in Ivory Coast, in Algeria, in Somalia, we constantly made mistakes. In fact, not only we Italians made mistakes, but in those 5 or 6 years in Africa, I met the French, the English, the Canadians, the Americans, and we were all blundering in Africa. It was not only us Italians. And the reason why we were blundering in Africa was because we never listened, never responded to local people. Our projects were always conceived in our capital cities, and we white people are incredibly arrogant. We are so arrogant that we cannot even see it. Our arrogance is in the marrow of our bones and our culture. We are imperialists, colonialists, and missionaries, and we white people only treat people who are different from us with using 2 different approaches. Either we patronize them or we are paternalistic. And for the Italian book club, they will appreciate that the 2 words, patronizing and paternalistic, come from the Latin word pater, which means father, but they have 2 different meanings. For paternalistic, it means that we treat everybody from another culture, from another ethnicity, as if they were our children. So we go to Africa with this idea that every African person, because they're black, they're good. And so we love them so much, without appreciating that there are good African people, bad African people, people who will kill you, rob you. There is nothing about race that should be make us behave in such a paternalistic way. Now,
but I guess it goes to the fact that most people tend to stereotype and make assumptions about people.
Exactly. So we are going to Africa, and even before coming, we have made a decision that all the African people are good people, and we love them so much, and so we treat them like children, And these African people who are wiser than us, older than us, the local chief with 15 wives, 130 children, who has been in 10 horrible wars and terrible experiences, are patronized by a 20-year-old Italian kid. Doesn't make any sense. He should patronize me. You see what I mean?
I know. So what would be your advice for someone who means well? Because I'm pretty sure when you went out to Africa, you wanted to do some good. What is your advice to anybody who has a good heart, who feels they want to try and make a difference in Africa?
First of all, let me tell you the difference between. So patronizing everybody is like our children. So we treat everybody, with the kind of do-gooder, nonsensical, naive, but also incredibly kind of presumptuous way that they are like children to us.
Yes.
But the other thing is worse. Is that patronizing actually means to treat everybody as they are your subjects, your employees, your inferior. And that's why in Africa, in some, as you well know, in some part of Africa, the white people are called Bwana, and Bwana means boss. How dare!
Yes.
20 years old, who has never done anything in his own country, gets called boss by hard-working men and women with much more experience and much more everything. Courage, experience. They have been there doing it for in a very, very hard way beautifully forever, and they call me boss. I know nothing. So my point is we have to stop this presumption of being superior, to be better, to be, because we come from a country that we believe has some sort of technological or commercial advantage over the countries that we go and see. What I have been teaching for the last 30 years, since my 6-7 years in Africa, I went to do my PhD first in Africa, then in Australia, and I developed a completely different way of working. You only
now your way of working is extremely unique. I mean, you and I have had some really in-depth conversations around what you're doing now, and what I love about your enterprise facilitation program is that, again, you are not going into these communities or into these countries wanting to do good. What I hear from you is that you take time to listen people's dreams, to listen to their vision of what they want for themselves and for their families. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about how you're working now?
Yes. The consequences of my negative experiences in Africa made me think of another way of working. And the other way of working is that you never, ever, ever show up uninvited anywhere. You wait to be invited, and when you are invited, you arrive, you sit with the elders, and you win the trust, and you set up a responsive person in the community. It's a local. You train the person to become an enterprise facilitator, and the enterprise facilitator never initiates any projects, never motivates anybody, responds to self-motivated, passionate people who have an idea of how to feed themselves, how to feed their families. And what you then do, you become engaged with this individual one-on-one for as long as it takes, and you help transform these dozens, these hundreds of individual ideas in a community into ways for all those people to transform their own lives. And the beauty of our projects in Africa now is that we have an enterprise facilitator who in the first 24 months has been approached by 2,000 local people. Out of those 2,000 local people, he has helped to start 187 businesses, employ 750 people, and without any money whatsoever, because we use a very, very strong methodology on regarding entrepreneurial development.
Now what I remember from the conversation we had, because I had told you about some of my projects and how I was trying to initiate a microloan program, which is very limiting in a sense, because I'm constantly having to try and raise the money that I can give out as microloans and then getting the money back, and it gets very, very complicated. Your model, your system is so unique in the sense that it can be done without money. Can you elaborate how you came up with this idea and how it all works?
Okay. Let's give you an example. Our example in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the DRC, we have 3 enterprise facilitators in 3 different communities. But everything started with one enterprise facilitator. His first enterprise facilitator was is paid in local currency. So in terms of, for Western standards, is a very, very, very small amount of money, but for Congolese salary is a very high salary. We're talking about $300 American a month for the salary of the facilitator. This money has been raised by 2 or 3 different foundations and sources, so it's $5,000 a year for the salary of the facilitator. The facilitator is a local, was selected in the village, was trained by us, and the enterprise facilitator then is the only full-time paid operator in that community. He is surrounded by a group of volunteers, and they all sworn to secrecy. They are not going to reveal the client business idea. And the enterprise facilitator is introduced in the community by the volunteers, so the enterprise facilitator does not need to have brochures or advertising. It's all done through the volunteers and word of mouth. Okay, so
word of mouth. So confidentiality is a crucial part of this equation,
because entrepreneurs never come to public meetings.
Yes,
and entrepreneurs never tell during a public meeting what they want to do with their own money, because they're scared that people will steal their idea. So the enterprise facilitator tells everybody that what they tell him is confidential, or her is confidential. And then the enterprise facilitator is introduced to the community, and when he's introduced to the community, then he or she has no office, walks to the house of people, walks to the place where these people are working, and say, why did you call me? Well, I call you because my auntie is on your volunteer panel. She told me that you help people to start businesses, and I have this farm, and I have chicken, but I need to make more money. The chicken that I'm selling now, I'm making very, so the facilitator says, okay, tell me the story. Well, the story is that I have a farm, I'm breeding chicken, but I cannot leave the farm and go and sell the chicken, because if I leave the farm, people will steal my chicken. Also, there are no banks here, so the money is under the mattress, and if I leave the farm, somebody's going to rob me. So I can only sell the chicken when people come and get it. But I'm away from the town, from the market, and so I have a limited market. So the enterprise facilitator does a little drawing, and the drawing is a smiling face of the woman at the top, and then 3 boxes. And one of the boxes is products, one of the boxes is marketing, one of the boxes is financial management, and the facilitator says to the client, what can you do? What do you love to do? And she says,
so you're really helping people to zone into what they are good at doing, their little specialty area, because not everybody can sell, not everybody can produce the product, not everybody can market.
That's the secret. The secret is then we say to people, who is doing your marketing? And the woman said, I don't have anybody doing my marketing. What do you mean? Well, what you mean is that why don't you have somebody taking 12 chicken every day on a bicycle to the Central Farmers Market
to sell?
And she said, because I don't have the money to pay the person. And the facilitator said, this is a true story. The facilitator said to her, do you have somebody that you trust who has a bicycle, who can take 12 live chicken to the Central Farmers Market every day? If they don't sell, they will bring them back alive, so you're not going to lose the chicken. And do you know somebody that you trust with your chicken that you can pay 20% of the cost of that? And the person said, I never knew that you could do that. And he said, well, it's called commission sales. I never knew that. And she said, yes, my nephew can do that. He has a bicycle, he's young, he's looking for money, and he would love to go to the farmer's market with 12 chicken every day, sell it, and then I give you some money. And he said, okay, now
actually show people how to look at the existing resources around them in order to solve these problems. I just want us to go back to your book.
Yes.
Who should read your book? Who is this book geared at?
Anybody who wants to before going to Africa or Latin America, before wanting to do anything good, read my book. Because once you read my book, you will change completely your approach. Because once you read my book, you understand that the people that you are going to meet in Africa are smarter than you. Even they are maybe even as smart as you. Maybe they're even smarter than you. They've been there. They know the conditions. They know the culture. They know the trading ways. The only thing they need is somebody who is there that they can trust, they can talk to, and you could have a completely phenomenal experience in Africa if instead of arriving in Africa with the idea and the project, you would arrive with this understanding that first you have to make friends, you have to understand the language, you have to become trusted, and once you are trusted and you don't talk all the time, you are going to have the time and the ability to respond to local people who you have befriended. Now they will tell you what their dreams are. And now you become a facilitator instead of an obnoxious white person yet again arriving in Africa to tell the African people what.
All right, so where can people buy this book, Ernesto? Where can people buy the book? I know that it's on Amazon. I also want people to know your website.
Even Amazon, so many online booksellers, they have it. I discovered that even Walmart books was selling my... Look, it's online, it's easy to find. It's been in print since 1995. It's never gone out of print. It's been adopted by a very large numbers of universities around the world. A university that are teaching community development. Because ultimately my book has to do with how do you truly support local economic development, one passionate person at a time. Because if you look at the reality is that in every community, there are examples of successful entrepreneurs. And when you ask them how they started, they will tell you that nobody believed them, that people laughed at them, they started with no money, and yet they made it. So why don't we set up a system where we multiply the chances for people to come and talk to us?
And support them.
And support them.
It's all about getting that support.
And you get them to form little teams. Remember, nobody ever has been born that can make it, sell it, and look after the money. We all have businesses. We all have characters that get us to prefer certain things. And so why don't we do beautifully what we love, but we surround ourselves with people who can do what we hate. Let's form a team. You see, Steve Jobs would have never set up Apples without Bosniak. Bill Gates would have never set up Microsoft without Alan. Henry Ford would have never set up the Ford factory without his financial manager, that was James Cousins. And if you read the books of successful entrepreneurs, you always find out that there are more than one person necessary to start and run a successful company.
Business.
So let's take this knowledge in Blue Jeans at the grassroots in Africa, in the villages in Africa. Let's take this methodology into the villages of Latin America. Let's take this message to the kids in Italy, in southern Italy now. They are unemployed, they have ideas for businesses, and they are totally lost.
They're lost. Now, you know that I'm going to Rome on the 26th of March to launch my book in Rome. I would like to finish this interview with you saying something in Italian to the audience, because I would love to play this video during the book launch as well, just to inspire those Italian people who are struggling at the moment, who have brilliant ideas. Can you just finish off this interview with some words?
Vorrei ringraziare gli amici italiani, gli amici di Gertrude per questa occasione eccezionale. Gertrude è una di queste forze di natura, è una donna con delle capacità incredibili e spero che voi veramente abbiate la possibilità di conoscere Gertrude e capire che tipo di persona lei sia. Dal punto di vista nostro, del nostro lavoro, abbiamo adesso dei colleghi italiani interessatissimi al nostro discorso della facilitazione delle imprese e molto presto noi avremo un ufficio in Italia e se siete interessati mettetevi in contatto con noi. Il nostro contatto è ernesto@sirolli.com. Mettetevi in contatto e speriamo di incontrarci di persona a Roma. La mia prima laurea è alla Sapienza, quindi la mia laurea è in scienze politiche alla Sapienza, il mio dottorato invece fu fatto sia in Africa che in Australia. Vi ringrazio, siete stati molto gentili ad ascoltare. Arrivederci. That's it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
I said something nice about you, Gertrude.
Thank you. And I
Now, it doesn't matter
That was
what he
funny.
said, that accent, I love Italian men. The Italian accent is so sexy. Welcome, Velvet.
Thank you.
Velvet, I wanted you to meet the beautiful Jerry.
Hello.
This is my
Hi.
sister from another mother based in the US. So you remember I told you we had this amazing woman who collected all the sewing machines and she made all these menstrual products for the girls in Zim.
Mm-hmm.
This is Jerry. So she's been
nice.
keeping all of this stuff in a warehouse somewhere in Riverside, California. So when you're coming to Zimbabwe and flying through LA, this is the lady I was talking about.
Wow.
And I'm still working on stuff. Let me show you something. My granddaughter, when she gets home from school today, we're still making stuff for the project.
Awesome.
Oh, you're still at it.
What can I be doing from this side? Just cutting fabrics, collecting fabric?
Well, when you come here, I will sit down and teach all of you what I know. Because when we go to Zimbabwe, I can't be the only one that knows how to do it.
Yeah,
No,
we'll have 100 women to train.
I have taught hundreds of people. I have taught probably 80 young men how to sew sanitary napkins for women in Zimbabwe. And
unbelievable.
Yeah, it was really cute. One day I had missionaries from my church, and during COVID, the only thing they were allowed to do was to come to my house and sew. So, and I have a big pool table, and we were sitting around, and everybody's sewing. And every week when they came, there was usually 24 of them that came every Friday, and when we did 2 different shifts, about 12 each shift. And this one young man comes in, and I'm telling him, well, we're making pads for young women in Zimbabwe, and he's, I kind of explained, showed them what we had and everything. And a little while later, he goes, Jerry, can I make a couple of these and send them to my mom and my sister? And I said, sure. Do you know what they're for? And he goes, hot pads, right? So he thought we were making hot pads. And when I told him, of course, there's all these young men in the room with us who instantly started laughing.
Oh, so sweet.
But these young people, for a whole year, they came and sewed. And
I remember meeting some of them the last time I came to California, Jerry.
Yeah,
it's just incredible to watch.
Well, I was counting while I was doing it in California. We had over 100 people that came through our volunteer group.
Wow!
And so we have a lot of stuff. We even have more than Gertrude knows we have to take.
Is it something you could just put into a PDF that we could send worldwide and get everyone doing it? Like,
design?
Like a simple.
The challenge
a simple pattern
is that it's a nonprofit, and I am not a coordinator for them anymore, but I was a chapter leader. I became a chapter leader just so I could do these kits for Zimbabwe. I wasn't before that. I'd never even made one. I had gone to the meetings and cut stuff, but I'd never made one. And so I went and learned how to do it. And then I started my own chapter. And until I had to leave my home, then we did that every Friday. But I'm under, as Gertrude knows, I'm under their umbrella, and it's their organization. I am a part of it, but it's their organization, and I am limited to what they allow me to do. And that's one of the things I'm not allowed to do. What I am allowed to do is show people how. And
well, I have a different pattern that I've made before. Maybe we don't need their pattern. Maybe there's a million patterns.
Okay, well, so we'll talk when we see each other.
Yeah, I feel like there would be so much potential for people to create these all around the world, and so many people would want to, and then you would have a major influx of them.
And
but yeah,
the African government has.
But the thing to do though, Velvet,
to get on the ground
is not to get people to make them in other parts of the world.
Yeah,
it's to
Zimbabwe.
raise money. Yeah, because the shipping, by the time you ship, you've wasted so much money. Yet we could create employment in them. That's what we should be raising money for.
Yeah.
For sure.
Raising money for sewing machines, so that when we fly in South Africa, we buy more machines. We've got some overlockers, we've got some sewing machines from Jerry, but we need more. So that's where your focus should really be.
I've got an industrial machine that we can.
Yeah, I actually two of them. The two sewing machines that I have to send are industrial machines, and then I have two overlock machines. But that's all I could send from here. It's so expensive to send it. She's right. If we raise the money to purchase machines in Zimbabwe,
better to raise money and buy the things in South Africa.
True.
And I'm allowed to go and teach people how to do it. And my goal, my prayer is that we can find sewing teachers. I can teach the teachers how to do this project.
Yeah, we have them.
Because they already know.
I've already identified people.
I'm a costume and set designer, so I can sew anything.
Yeah. So I mean, really, I'll just show you the pattern. You'll know what to do.
Exactly.
It's simple. It's really simple, and I think they'd figure it out themselves. But I'm being asked to go and show them how to do it. But I'm limited to how I can do that because I signed up with this organization, and they gave me so much. So many donations came in because of them. So I have to honor that, but I totally can show. I can show you how to make them, and then we can show them people there how to make them, and then they can show other people how to make them, and then somehow we do. As Gertrude said, we have to figure out a way to get the materials there. Yeah. I have some materials coming, but I have several kits that are made, and now we're kind of at a standstill here with doing the kits here. We had to basically stop doing them because we have more kits than no one's taking them. Okay. I have so many kits that
we'll take them. We will take them. Don't worry about that.
We'll definitely take them.
We will definitely take them.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad because I've got them stored all over the place, and I'm getting people saying, "Are you going to take these? Are they going to go somewhere?" I'm like, "Yes, they'll go somewhere. I promise they're going to go somewhere."
Well, they will.
I didn't spend all that time and money to have them sit in a warehouse. They have to go somewhere.
Yeah,
they are needed there.
The other thing that we need to do when we organize the team that's coming out of the US is to buy vacuum sealed bags. So we suck out all the air and compress everything, because we will get charged on volumetric weight. The boxes don't work.
Yeah.
So I went into Kmart the last time I was in the States and I bought those.
Yeah. I don't think you realize how much work you're talking about. Pardon me? Did you hear what I was saying?
We'll get the Rotary Club to help us. We'll get a whole army of people to come because it's going to cost us on shipping.
Okay.
They charge on how chunky the things are, but if they're compressed, it's fabric. We just have to suck the air out of it. So I'm going to start connecting with a few Rotary clubs in Riverside, because where the bulk of the things are, right? Riverside?
Yes, it's all in Riverside County.
Yeah.
It's all in Riverside
Yeah.
County.
So I'll contact Rotary clubs in Riverside once we finalize dates. Then we'll get a team of Rotarians to go out there and do the work for us. Yeah. And that's the other thing I wanted from both of you. I need you both to, oh, there's a message from Ruth. She just sent a message on Facebook.
Oh, thank you, Ruth.
Hey, Ruth.
Oh.
Hey, Ruth.
I
Good to
told
be
her you
here.
were
I
coming
miss
on
you,
today,
Ruth.
Jenny. She's not been well herself. She's been very, very ill.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen her days as well.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
pray for her.
these illnesses will get
that
us
sounds
at every
fabulous.
turn.
If the Rotarians will help us with that, because I no longer
so I was
have
going
all
to
that contact
say,
down there.
what I need both of you to do is to sign up for the Rotary Club where I'm the president. I'll send you the link on Facebook. Just go online and register.
Okay.
Because I'm the president-elect for 2023. And what this will do is, for you in Australia, and for you, Jerry, where you are now, you can connect with Rotary clubs in your zip code and start putting out the word.
Right.
I noticed that we've got 1,100 Rotary clubs in Australia. And I'm writing to each and every one of them and asking for whatever contributions, donations they can give. We could get $1,000 from every Rotary club in Australia and really go to Zimbabwe and make a big difference.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you a Rotary club. And the nice thing is we only meet once a month. Most Rotary clubs meet every week. And it's online. So we're connecting with people. It's a global Rotary club. There are people from all over the world. And I want to grow this Rotary Club as the most successful online Rotary Club. They've also said that anyone from third world countries who want to be a part of the club don't have to pay the membership fee, which means all of these little projects in Zimbabwe, South Africa can become part of this Rotary Club and benefit from the benefits of Rotary. The other thing about Rotary International is they will match us dollar for dollar. For every cent we raise, every fundraising dollar, they give you a dollar. So if you raise $1,000, Velvet, it will be $2,000.
Yeah,
so we really have to leverage and work with Rotary to make a difference. So I'm going to send a message to all of you on Facebook. Please just go online, register. Kim Cavanagh is the lady who deals with registration. I'll do a 3-way introduction so you get to meet her. She interviews you and talks to you, and then it goes to their board, and then you get onto the club. So yeah, we've got some really exciting things coming. Very, very exciting.
Excellent.
Okay, so let's move on to our program. We can go 2.5 hours. We're going to share one more video before we end, or maybe 2. I'll see what the time is like. The first one is Amy Cavanagh. Amy Cavanagh. She's the executive director for Taco Bell USA's teen program. They have a nonprofit for teenagers. So I had the pleasure of interviewing her. We'll share that video, then we'll come back, have a conversation before we either call it a day or play one more video before we go home and rest. So here, and Velvet, you're welcome to stay. It's just going to take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the Power of Giving series. Today, it is an absolute honor for me to be interviewing Amy Cavanagh. Amy, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Gertrude.
It is so exciting because having talked to Greg Creed a few months ago about Taco Bell's involvement and social responsibility program, I know that you are about to launch a new initiative around the teen program. But first of all, introduce yourself formally, titles, I get everything right.
So thank you for having me, Gertrude. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Amy Cavanagh. I run public affairs and engagement for Taco Bell. I also have the honor and pleasure of being the executive director of the Taco Bell Foundation for Teens.
Fantastic. And this week you have a new initiative you've just launched around the teen program, correct?
That is correct. And the foundation's been around since 1992. So Taco Bell supports teens because they are our customers, they are our team members, they are really our future. And we also have been working with the World Food Program on World Hunger Relief. And this year we actually combined efforts. We are raising money in our restaurants, $1, which can feed 4 youth, and we'll be raising the money and sharing that with the World Food Program, and 100% of those proceeds are going to be combating hunger issues around the world and for teens. So it's with the Foundation, Taco Bell, and the World Food Program.
Fantastic. I know the importance of nutrition and food and education, especially around the world, is a major issue. I know you've got some programs in South America. What has the food program done in terms of bringing children into the classroom, do you think?
Well, it's amazing, and it's a great question because it's so integral. And I'll start by saying Yum Brands, which is our parent company, started working with the World Food Program in 2007. They've raised $150 million collectively with all of the brands of Pizza Hut, KFC, and Taco Bell combined. One of the initiatives and part of the World Food Program's focus is ensuring that kids are getting the meals in school. Now, a lot of time, parents know this is the only meal their children will get, so they will send them to school rather than putting them to work. So if you look at some of the issues around hunger around the world, we're able to combat it by both educating the child and feeding them. And that truly is nourishing their mind, body, and spirit, if you will.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing because I've seen these programs, especially in Africa, where most kids get kept at home to look after the goats and the cows. But the minute a school can introduce a lunch program or a breakfast program, more children get to go to school. So it's really absolutely intriguing to see this kind of program expand. And even the United States, because a lot of people think that is out of the US, but there's a lot of children who are not getting the right nutrition within the United States itself. Would you want to just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I think it goes back to education, right? It's really understanding what it takes to nourish body. You have the right information. You have access to it. And there's conscious eating taking place. So people knowing what they're putting in their bodies. And we do have we do have food that people consider, I'll just say, indulgent. And then you want to balance that with something good for you. And we have those options as well. And so we're proud to do that. We're also proud to be working with organizations like the Boys and Girls Club of America. And we've been working with them for 17 years and funding their programs that educate youth about nutrition, about taking care of themselves, about exercising. So we're able to come full circle and inspire the youth here in the United States to really be aware.
Awesome. Now, you know that I've been working on this Power of Giving series, and I would like to just find out from you a couple of things. What changed your life when someone gave to you?
Oh, wow. It's a great question. For me personally, I've been very blessed. I feel that I've been given so much, and I have to say my mother gave me the greatest gift, and that was her commitment and dedication to service and community and people.
So you had a great role model to follow.
I did.
And here you are.
And she was a director of volunteer services at our hospital, but she did not leave her community giving back to work. It was everybody. And my mom was always helping others in need, whether somebody needed a hot meal, they needed a mentor. We would drop things off at people's house. We would do everything. As a child, I was a little put off by it and sometimes embarrassed, especially when my mother would stop somebody less fortunate on the street and ask if she could buy them a meal.
Wow.
But that is the greatest gift I ever got.
Yeah.
Is having
you
that.
carried that with you, and now you do that for you. That's what you're doing for a living. Isn't it amazing?
Yes, and I feel so honored, and it really emboldens me. And she's still up to taking care of everybody else, and so to make her proud.
Fantastic. So, all right. So what changed your life when you gave to someone else?
I think it's that gift again, right? Because I had always given back and early in my life was, I would say, my mother strongly encouraged community service, but I didn't do it out of this passion until I graduated college and went to work, and I felt a little empty. I was working hard. I was working in Silicon Valley at a technology firm, but I didn't feel like I had much purpose. And I read about a battered women's shelter in the area that was looking for volunteers. And I had my nights and weekends to myself, and I went through the training program, and I actually got to work there and work with the women. But more importantly, I got to meet and work with the youth. And it was one of those moments in my life. It was love at first sight as I met these children who I truly gave myself to, right? Because they needed a positive role model. They needed somebody to demonstrate and model behaviors that they hadn't been exposed to before, to tell them that they mattered and they counted and they could live their dreams. And I'm still in touch with some of the young people. This was over 20 years ago. And
wow.
That's the greatest gift I ever got in my life is that they have turned out to be such amazing young women and men.
And you get to see the ripple effects of your work because you do keep in touch with the people that, come into your life, which is pretty fascinating. So why is giving so important for the future of humanity, do you think?
Well, I think it's, it is humanity if you think about it. Nothing works in isolation. If you think about what we're doing in business, what we're doing as communities, is why? We have to think of, there has to be purpose behind it. And so giving, and that is something, giving people a simple smile or have a nice day or a job, an opportunity to learn, grow, giving back to your community. It is the idea of giving of the gifts you've been given. That is our responsibility. Whether you're a corporation, whether you're a small business owner, franchisee, or whether you're just walking down the street, it's an honor for me to do these things.
Wow.
And
wow. So I know that a lot of our readers and people who will be listening to this video will want to know how they can be of help. So what would be the 3 things, your call to action, that just an ordinary person can step up and say, this is what I can do to help this initiative?
I think learn more. And I would encourage people to go to our website.com or even the World Food Program's website to learn about the issues associated with hunger around the world. And there are myriad ways they can help. Secondly, you can go into a Taco Bell. You can go into a Taco Bell for the next week and a half, and you can donate $1. And like I said, 100% of those proceeds will go to World Hunger Relief. And we're proud of that and helping youth and teens. And finally, what I would ask, and I know people watching this who follow you as well, do what you can. Give what you can. Sometimes we're in a situation where we can give, and sometimes we're not. But if you just, do something, tell a friend, that would be the best thing.
Fantastic. And I think people also need to remember that it's not always about money. We have kids, we have teenagers in our environment, in our communities, who just need somebody to perhaps just pay attention to them. They say that a child is brought up by a village, not by just individual parents. And I think we all need to kind of go back to that mentality to help our youth.
And the Foundation for Teens overall, above and beyond what we're doing with World Hunger Relief, that's exactly right. We're learning about inspiring youth to reach their full potential. There's a lot to learn. It starts with accomplishment, something like graduation. And so for folks who would like to get involved, and they can go and learn on the website. We have the TacoBell.com, the Taco Bell Foundation for Teens website, about what the issues are, how they can get involved. But to your point, more importantly, if it's not money, it's being a positive role model, asking somebody how they are, giving of time. And I've heard that time and time again from a lot of these teens and youth that we work with. There's nothing more valuable than somebody asking their opinion and listening to their dreams and encouraging them to be who they should be.
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. Good luck with this initiative. I'm really hoping that by the end of this week or whenever your campaign ends, you will hit that mark. And thank you so much for coming on board to do this interview.
Thank you so much, Gertrude.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's an awesome program. Absolutely fantastic. So feeding programs seem to be necessary all over the world. It's not just in Africa, it's in the UK, it's in the US, it's here in Australia, in New Zealand. Most kids get to school feeling hungry, and there's no way you can really focus on school when you are feeling hungry. So I really love what Taco Bell is doing to help the youth. I am trying to circle back to these people for the Zimbabwe project. So I'm trying to set up a women's cooperative and sponsor women to start keeping chickens for eggs and for meat. So we can start feeding programs in all the rural schools in Zimbabwe as well. So it will be, again, a double whammy where the mothers get something that generates cash and employment, and the kids are getting at least one meal a day.
Yeah.
I believe the situation is quite dire at the moment. Did you find out where your music school building is based?
100 kilometers north of Harare, but I don't know the exact address yet. But I do know that it's about 100 kilometers north.
Just find out the name of the town for me.
Yeah.
That would be really helpful. So when we're planning, we can see how we're going to coordinate everything.
Huge building, so we could actually hopefully just put all the machines into that and have a whole section of that. Or
can you find out also the story behind the building?
Yeah.
That's going to be very important. We don't want it to be political or get involved with. Yeah, you know what Zimbabwe is like.
Yeah, I do.
So why is it abandoned? What's the history behind it?
Yeah, I'm still in the process of confirming everything anyway. But yeah, my School of Art and Music, I was hoping to have full meals associated. So a safe space for kids to come whenever they need a meal and whenever they need to be nurtured or protected or just rest. But yeah, traditional arts and suds painting. Remember we did that together?
Yes, suds of batik. Yeah. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
So Jerry, just to fill you in, Jerry, Velvet has a family in Zimbabwe, and they've identified an abandoned school. Buildings are all there that we can potentially utilize.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's actually Forward Quenda who's identified the school. It's not really the family, but he's family. He's my good friend. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
He's a traditional Mbira player who's interested in teaching. And yeah, so I want instrument makers, I want drummers, basically every traditional instrument, and then also to bring in anything we can share. But I don't want to enforce anything other than beautiful culture that they can be proud of and nurtured through, and just learn the significance of their heritage, and then that'll take them into life with some great tools of expression that will help them in every way.
Yeah,
that is
I'm really
amazing.
looking forward to this. It's going to be an awesome trip.
Yeah.
That's added another layer of magic to everything we're doing. I'm really excited.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm going to give you a few minutes to get ready to perform. While I play the last video, you're going to be our last act for the day. So, Jerry, this woman has got the most incredible voice. She's just the most incredible musician. Yes, you.
Not me.
I didn't know I was performing.
You don't be, Velvet. You need to be ready. Every time I call on you, be ready with your instruments. But I've got a video to play, and you will play us out. So you've got 20 minutes to do your thing.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Like, what am I getting myself into?
No, well, I'm not even feeling incredibly well today, but I will. I'll do it. I'll just do the best I can under the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. So the video I'm going to play now is the president of the New Mexico Children's Cancer Society. And she tells an incredible story of how the organization was created. And again, the theme was around our theme, the power of giving. Okay. Today, I am interviewing Diana Truhecki, the Executive Director of the Children's Cancer Fund. Diana, how are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you, Gertrude?
I would love you to tell us a little bit about the fund. Let's start off with how it started and how you personally got involved with the fund.
The Children's Cancer Fund of New Mexico was formed in 1972 by the pediatric oncologists at the University of New Mexico Hospital. A young child in the southern part of New Mexico was diagnosed with cancer, and his classmates wanted to do something to help the family. So they created an event that was called A Mile of Pennies, and they collected all these pennies and sent them to the pediatric oncology program, and that's the way it started. In 1984, my son, 11 years old at the time, was diagnosed with malignant histiocytosis, which was a very rare form of cancer and still is in children. And he was a junior golfer. He had competed in Junior World Golf Tournament in San Diego, California in July. We got home immediately when he went into the hospital and basically never left until he died. But while he was there, some friends came over and asked if they could do a golf tournament to help out the family. And we asked him about it, and he said he would like to do that, but only if it benefited all the children, not just him. He didn't survive long enough for us to do the golf tournament then, but after his death, we began the Aaron Truhecki Memorial Golf Tournament, which this past July, we celebrated our 31st anniversary of doing the event. It benefits the Children's Cancer Fund of New Mexico, which is a local nonprofit organization that helps children with cancer cope and their families cope with the day-to-day needs of living with and fighting cancer. Education-wise, financially, emotionally, we provide all those services. We've grown from an organization in 1972 that operated on about $1,200 a year to an organization that provides about $800,000 in services to children and families in New Mexico. I lost the sound, Gertrude. I can't hear you. Oh, there we go.
What makes your foundation unique?
Well, we are the only fund that provides the type of services that we do. There are others that are specific to a particular kind of cancer or who do a once a year thing. We provide services on a daily basis. We have an office within the University of New Mexico Hospital, and it is staffed every day that there is a clinic where children go for procedures, for chemotherapy, for checks, blood checks. So we have an office there. Every family is offered a gas card, and that is based on the mileage from their home. And if you know New Mexico, you know, everybody comes from the far reaches of the state. The only pediatric oncology programs are in Albuquerque. So when your child has cancer, sometimes you have to travel 4, sometimes even 6 hours. So we give them a gas card that ensures that they get home and then that they have enough gas to come back for their next treatment. Sadly, some families would not be able to bring their child for treatment because they wouldn't be able to afford the gas. And while there's insurance reimbursements, they're very complicated, and they are also, you know, they have to have the money up front and then you get reimbursed. And families have enough to deal with without filling out all that paperwork. So we do that. We also provide meal cards. Sometimes chemotherapy treatments and procedures will take all day long. And so we give the families meal cards to be able to eat in the hospital cafeteria. For those that are staying at the short-term care facilities, like the Ronald McDonald House or Casa Esperanza, we will give them vouchers to go to a grocery store and buy groceries that they can cook meals for themselves. Every child receives a prize after enduring a painful procedure or a uncomfortable chemotherapy treatment. So they come to our office and they pick out a toy. It's not a very expensive toy, but it means a lot to the children. And sometimes we'll even have a doctor come in and say, please, we need to have a toy. He's not letting us access his port. So it's just one of those things that they earned, that they care so much about. My son did too. He used to get a check for $2, and we would go out shopping with that $2, which didn't go very far even back then. But it just was a distraction, and it made him feel better for a little while. And that's what we want to do. We want to ease the pain and the trauma of the procedures that these children have to go through. So, and then we provide also emergency services, families who can't pay rent, whose cell phone has gotten shut off, who needs their electric bill paid, or especially now that it's getting colder, the heating bills will rise, and we will help with those types of things. Tires for the car repairs. We want to make sure that no child misses his appointment because they have bald tires and are scared to travel to Albuquerque. We also provide for scholarships. Every child who has been diagnosed and treated for cancer in New Mexico at one of the pediatric oncology facilities here is eligible to receive a scholarship, which is 8 semesters of undergraduate school and 4 semesters of graduate school. Right now it is equivalent to full-time in-state tuition at the University of New Mexico, which amounts to about $6,600 a year. Chemotherapy has an effect on the capacity to learn, to concentrate. Kids miss so much school that they maybe didn't get the best grades, and so they're not eligible for the other types of scholarships. It is not a contest. Every student who applies and does it correctly and provides all the materials that are requested and does 12 hours of community service work with the Children's Cancer Fund of New Mexico receives the scholarship. We're very, very proud of our scholarship recipients. We have 4 that have been through medical school and graduated, and we have 1 in medical school right now. It's just really gratifying to see these children grow and blossom and, you know, achieve their dreams that otherwise they may not be able to do.
I believe next year you are opening up a home or a house. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Sadly, you know, not all children survive cancer, even though great strides have been made, and survival rates, especially for children with leukemia, have drastically grown since 1985 when my child was diagnosed. But children do die. They run out of treatment options. The only pediatric hospice in the state of New Mexico also only serves the Albuquerque metropolitan area. So some children, when the family hears that they are out of options, in order to receive pediatric hospice services, they have to stay in Albuquerque, in the hospital, or sometimes they will ask us to help them rent a hotel room. Well, no child should die in a hotel room, and children should not have to die in the hospital, the one place that they dread, the one place that does not feel like home to them. So we wanted to create an atmosphere that was home-like, where children could have the best quality of life for the quantity of life that they have remaining, where it can feel like home, where they can bring their dog or their cat or their parakeet, where they can have their friends over. Sometimes during end of life, children will get a little spurt of energy and want to do something. Well, if you're in the hospital, you can't just leave and spend the day out and then come back. This way, they can go out to the zoo, go out and have pizza, live as normal a life as they possibly can while they're in the hospital. It is called Aaron's Place, after my son, who the night he was dying, you know, and we didn't know that's what was happening, but he said, "Mom, please just take me home." And excuse me, he is hooked up to a bunch of things, getting blood transfusions. I said, as soon as we get these, we'll go. Had I known, I would have taken him immediately. And those are the stories that we hear from other families. If only my child had been home, he wouldn't have been so scared. He wouldn't have been so anxious about dying. So we want to make sure that that does not happen to another child. Children who live in Albuquerque or in the metro area are able to be at home, and the hospice nurses go to their home. This is what we want to have available for those families who live far away. Secondly, there are some children whose cancers and whose treatment protocols require that they stay near the hospital. Even though treatments work for some people, they affect other children in bad ways. We had a family from the southern part of the state who, for 2 years, had to live in Ronald McDonald House because every time they would get home, which was 250 miles away, he would spike a fever, then they're back on the road to come back. So it just made more sense for them to be here. There was 5 of them in a little tiny room. What we're creating here is a triplex of 2-bedroom apartments where families will be able to feel like a family, to feel like they're in a home. Construction started in October. They poured the slabs last week, and they're going to start framing this week. It's really a dream come true for our family and for our organization, because it's something that we worked very hard to do. Finally got a little spark from a couple of board members who said, let's quit talking about it and just do it. So we were very fortunate to get a long-term land lease from the University of New Mexico. So our property will be on the UNM campus, which is just probably half a mile from the hospital, and near the other facility, Presbyterian, which also has a pediatric oncology program. So all the services will be readily available and very, very close. So we're very fortunate to have an amazing group of donors, an amazing group of contractors who have donated their services and their materials in order to help us make this dream come true for ourselves personally and for our organization and our families.
Fantastic. So to anybody who is going to read this article or watch this interview online, what kind of help do you need? How can we reach out and assist you?
Well, the most important thing is, of course, money. Without that, we do nothing. Fortunately for us, we rarely have to say no to requests, but there's always more. Over 100 children are diagnosed with cancer every year in New Mexico. Because of the length of protocols and the rechecks, the University of New Mexico sees about 200 kids in a month. That means, 200 families have needs for gas, 200 families have different kinds of needs. Your life just changes when your child is diagnosed with cancer, and everything can be moving along just great, and all of a sudden somebody in the family cannot work any longer. There are other children that need to be taken care of. And again, because the state is so vast and families can live so far away, it's a huge financial burden. So mainly, money. We can always use more. We write grants. We have a couple of gifts, but we rely heavily on the generosity of individuals to help our organization thrive and grow and be able to provide the services that we do. We're not a big organization. We have 3 full-time people who do this work, and 2 intern students. So we're very lean on our side. We believe that the funds we raise go directly to the families.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the interview. I really wish you good luck in all your endeavors. It is an amazing project.
Yes.
You can see the relief you must be offering parents and children at these difficult times.
Yeah, one other thing that I forgot to mention that we offer is support services, emotional support services. Shanae is a licensed mental health worker, and she helps children cope with their fears. It's not always easy to tell mom how scared you are about having cancer, but it's easier to speak to somebody else. Siblings suffer a tremendous emotional burdens as well, and so she also counsels siblings of children with cancer, and that is a service we provide here in our office. We one other little program that we've just started is a tutoring program. Our kids struggle so much during school because they miss so much, and then when they go back, they're behind. Sadly, bullying goes to children with cancer too. They look different. They've been gone. You came back and now you're in a grade behind. We want to make sure that kids stay with their class and thrive just as if they had been able to go to school. So we have a large group of retired teachers who have come up to the plate and said, I want to help, and I will help the student achieve what they need to achieve in order to stay with their class. I know I bubbled all around, but I just wanted to make sure that you got the big picture of everything that we do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing this interview.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Take care. Okay. Another interesting presentation, which was really quite touching, because when I lived in New Mexico, I got to go to this house when they finished building it. And it was just incredible what they did to support families who had kids who were not well. There's a lot of work to be done there. What I really love is how she's taken the pain of losing her son to create a home
Yes.
for other families as well.
Yes, I think that being able to do something like that is one of the best ways to heal, because, you know, there's a parent's not supposed to lose their child, but it happens all the time. And I think being able to give of yourself to help someone else go through it is the most beautiful gift that you can, best way to honor your child.
That's so true. That is so true. And just taking the focus off you sometimes as well helps with the grieving process. I just absolutely loved her story.
Yes, I too.
Cancer is a challenge worldwide. So I can see that Velvet is getting ready for her little thing. She says she just needs to use her phone to tune her guitar, so she'll be back with us in a few minutes. What else can we talk about, Jerry, while we're waiting for Velvet?
Well, I'd like to, I had the opportunity, because the last month, well, actually 3 months, I've been at City of Hope in California, and they've helped me with my cancer. And those people are amazing. You know, every day going there.
Oh, man. That's awesome. That is
They're
awesome.
just they're comforting. They make you look forward to going. It's the craziest thing. You can't wait to get there, because you know you're going to see these smiling faces and that they're going to be so kind.
Wow.
Even when there was pain, there's so much compassion. I think that's so amazing. I had the opportunity many, many, many years ago when I was in my 20s to work for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in Kentucky. I actually I didn't work for them. I did work for them. I worked for Danny Thomas. And I worked in the Los Angeles office, and I was the chairperson for raising funds for a wing of the hospital. And so I organized a style-a-thon with all the hairdressers in California. And
wow.
It was a big job. I would go every Monday to their office and work in call salons, and and I was able to get Paul Mitchell and Vidal Sassoon to come on TV with me, and I got to cut hair with them on TV at the telethon. And I was not the caliber of hairdressers that they were, but it felt so good to be there. And before I actually got that was the last time I got to be there. I had gone to the telethon for 3 or 4 years in a row, and I got to be the person that taught the celebrities how to use the telephone. And that's the same kind of a thing. When a celebrity, someone who's well known, I mean, that was back when Happy Days was on and Fonzie came. And the whole cast of that, and Spider-Man came, and my biggest, I would often kiss the celebrities that I got to talk to. I would talk them into giving me a kiss. I mean, a kiss on the cheek. I mean, nothing inappropriate, but two people impressed me the most. One was Melissa Gilbert. She was 13 at the time.
Oh, wow.
And when I was the one preparing her to go on stage, and she turned to me and said, "Will you hold this piece of paper for me?" And I said, "Sure." And I said, "What is it?" And she says, "It's the prayer I say every time I go on stage." And I never forgot that. And those people, when they came, they were so compassionate to these children. And so it's wonderful. It was a great experience. And I'm grateful I got to do it.
That is just such a beautiful story, Jerry.
Yeah.
That is such a beautiful story. And there's all these angels, these light workers who are in the world doing what they do to help. And yeah, they just make a person's day that much more easier. Like you said, they made it nice for you to come back each time.
Yes.
That's so beautiful to hear.
Yeah. Welcome back, Velvet.
Velvet is back. Hey, Velvet. we
have
hear
no sound.
The sound is off for some reason, Velvet. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Velvet? No sound. Something has changed. We can't hear you. Maybe when you joined, the sound didn't pick up. Yeah, she has to drop out and come back in again. So she'll serenade us as the last presenter for the day, Jerry, and then we can relax and take it easy and come back again tomorrow, same time. We're almost done. Yeah.
Sounds good.
It's just awesome having you with me. You have no idea how I miss
Oh,
you.
it's great being here too. It's great being here.
There she is. Hey, still no sound. What's changed? Did you change anything in your settings? No.
See, the same problem I had.
Yeah, it's interesting. And she's not muted.
No, she's not muted.
Something has gone wrong when you dropped out there. Maybe restart your phone, Velvet. Restart your phone completely. Something's happened to the settings.
I think she can hear you.
Yeah, she can. Technology is great when it works, but when it doesn't,
it is hard.
It is. It really is. No, I am so looking forward to completing this challenge. It has been interesting to say the least. When you weren't around, Ruth and I were, tag teaming. Ruth, she will wake up at whatever hour. She's just there all the time. And
she's amazing.
For quite a spell without any issues with power and electricity and internet. And then a couple of weeks before she was taken ill, the whole electricity thing started. It'd be on 1 minute, the next minute the power is gone. And there was 1 week, I think it was almost 10 days, when I didn't have any contact with her because of that.
Oh my.
Yeah, no, it's been very challenging. Very, very challenging. But we just have to keep going and get it done. I just wake up every day and say, okay, I'm on my own. What am I going to do today?
Well, it sounds like it's going really good, though.
Hey?
It sounds like you did really good.
Oh, yeah. Stopping is not an option, Jerry. When you've started and created something.
Right.
I don't even
totally agree.
think about bailing out and stopping. It's just not an option. No. So, yeah, you just have to keep going and the magic will happen. It's already happening.
Nice.
Yeah. And I really want you to meet the mentor that I found in Virginia, this young woman who is helping us get Investor Ready. She has a podcast. I need to find out. It's on tomorrow, actually. It's on tomorrow. It will have to be recorded. So tomorrow I will need you to cover me. I'll come online and get you all set up, give you the video links and all of that. But so maybe we come in a little bit early so we have time to set up. Yeah, we could come in maybe an hour early so we can really get things done. I'll be with you.
I'll try and figure out why Okay.
From 7 to 8, which is when we start, I'll be with you for an hour. And then to record this podcast with her an hour later. So I might string up maybe 3 to 4 videos to cover that time. And then you can hold forth. And the other thing I need to do is to set you up so that when you come on, you're not in the back end like you are now as a guest, but you actually come in as me. So if anything happens, the call drops, you've got full control. Okay, say something, Velvet.
Hi.
Oh, yay.
How can we have
voice?
You can't be heard.
That's a strange thing. I don't know what happened there.
Okay, so we're going to exit the stage and you can take over and serenade us with a song or two as long as you want. Tell us when you're finished and then we'll end the day.
This is such a funny thing. All right. Like, you can come on for a moment or two if you can, please. Actually, performance. All right.
Have fun. We're here listening and holding space for you.
Thank you so much. All right. So this is an instrument, the mbira. It's from Zimbabwe, and one of my favorite songs, Tatsungara, is the song I'll start with first. My name is Velvet Pesu, and I'm a performance artist / singer based in Brisbane, but hoping to start a school of art and music in Zimbabwe. So here's to that. Woya Tatsungara, Venvanya Tatsungara, Masango Woya. Ambuya ni handa mutsumu woya Tatsungara, Venvanya Tatsungara, Masango Woya. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Sevens on a simba, Kushinga, coming out. Sevens on a simba, Kushinga, coming out. Torch gods we ikita, torch gods we ikita, no more coming out. Tatsungara, Venvanya Tatsungara, Masangoye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu woya Tatsungara, Venvanya Tatsungara, Masangoye. Amboya ni handa mutsumu woya Tatsungara, Venvanya Tatsungara, Masangoye. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. This is an ngoma from Zimbabwe. I brought it back from Zimbabwe when I toured, played on the Zambezi River and Victoria Falls and all around. So it was a very beautiful experience being welcomed by the local musicians and playing with those musicians as though I had always been part of their culture. This is a combination of rhythms and styles. I'll just play an improvisation percussively. So Brazil, Indian, African, world beats, world rhythm is my passion. All right, I've got a song or two I'll play on the guitar for you. This is all very spontaneous, as always, with Gertrude. So no preparation regarding any kind of amplification. My amp isn't even in my house at the moment, so I'm sorry if the sound isn't great. Can you still hear me? Gertrude?
We can hear
me?
you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. It's my client calling. All right. He called again. I don't know how I'm going to get through this without him calling constantly, but let's try. Can I just have 1 second to tell him what I'm doing? Are you there? Can you hear me, Gertrude?
Go ahead. Go ahead. So she's coming in on her cell phone. So I think when somebody calls, it disconnects.
It's exactly what was happening to me. The phone kept ringing and it kept dumping me off, and kept ringing and kept dumping me off. So.
Oh, I didn't realize that was the problem.
Yes, it kept dumping me off as soon as.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, she's dropped off again. Also, that was the problem.
Yeah.
So right
that's
now,
part of it. I still have to figure out the problem with
the sound.
It's the sound on my computer, because I really would prefer to use it, and I will try and work on that tonight. I kind of need to be connected with you to be able to do that, so I know if you're hearing me.
Connect later.
Okay.
We can connect later. Are you back, Velvet?
I'm back. Sorry, I work with
him. The stage is yours. We'll exit.
It's extremely difficult to explain myself sometimes to him. All right. So I'm back. Sorry about that. I move inside around, ebb and flow. Mapping ephemeral gestures as I go. Each marking forms the next on this earth canvas. Impassioned by transient revelations of you, concentric circles, tidal waters they renew. Being here, being here, swimming in the whites of your eyes, consumed by the rhythm and the rising tides. Yeah, I'm swimming in the whites of your eyes, consumed by the rhythm and the rising tides. I move inside around, ebb and flow, mapping ephemeral gestures as I go. Each marking forms the next on this earth canvas. Impassioned by transient revelations of you, thank you. I'm sweating quite a bit. Whew. All right, so now I'm going to play another song. This one, Shadow on the Wall. The shadow on the wall, it reminds me of your peace. The light flickers in the room, revealing your face. How I stand in awe, yeah, yeah. How I stand in awe of you. La da da dee
yeah, yeah, la da da dee do ya do, la da da dee do, do ya da dee. It's you, your way. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's you, your way. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. La da da dee do ya do, la da da dee do yeah yeah, la da da dee do ya do, la da da dee do yeah 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 yeah, la da da dee do ya do, la da da dee do yeah yeah, la da da dee do ya do, la da da dee do yeah yeah yeah. It's you. Way. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's you. Your way. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. One more so this one's drawing me in layers. It's basically speaking of the layers that we unravel to become truly who we're meant to be, and the unveiling of self. And that's often just in your own time between you and divine. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper, mapping the dirt beneath my feet. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper, mapping the dirt beneath my feet. The dirt beneath my feet. My brush strokes you in sweet surrender. Dark night falls as daydreams render, and you're drawing me so sweetly. Take time to accentuate that line. It's texture based on you. Whoa, it's texture based on you. And you're drawing me so sweetly. Take time to accentuate that line. It's texture based on you. Whoa, it's texture based on you. Whoa, it's texture based on you. You're drawing me in layers as I lay my life on paper, mapping the dirt beneath my feet. the dirt beneath my feet, the dirt beneath my feet.
Wow. Absolutely amazing, Velvet. Thank you so much.
What's amazing?
Serenading us with beautiful music.
Just a
You've got
minute.
an
What's
echo.
amazing is that I'm feeling like I'm feeling and and still able to sing.
Have sound on my.
Welcome, Janine. Thank you for coming and thank you for your persistence. I saw the emails. I was so distracted.
It's okay.
My apologies for getting back to you so late. It's wonderful to have you with us.
Thanks for inviting me.
So, Velvet, you need to be prepared. Every single time I say, Velvet, jump on. Put on your face, get your musical instruments in line. It's always a request for you to sing for us. Thank you so much. Now your sound is gone. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow, Velvet. I'm hoping to get the rest of the band in the US to be with us on the call. I'll send you the link for tomorrow. And yeah, let's jam, let's do something. We've created that 3-way group on Facebook, so I'll put a message in there to remind them. All right, take care. So without further ado, we're going to welcome our last speaker for the day, who is the beautiful Janine Reagan Sinclair.
I've lost you.
Is that you, Jerry?
I have no sound.
Oh, we can hear you though. So something has changed. Did you change anything? All right, you troubleshoot that while I finish reading this bio so Janine can start speaking. Sorry about that, Janine. We've had some real technical issues today. So she's been described as the conscious architect. She's a certified in hypnotherapy and counseling, NLP, and energy realignment. And I have had some exquisite results that I will talk to you about later this week. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. You're coming in from the UK. No. You're based in Canada, correct? But originally from the UK. Am I right?
At the moment, I'm in Canada, yeah, but I'm from the UK.
Good. So the stage is yours. I will exit, and we are really looking forward to seeing what you have to share with us today.
Okay, hi, I'm Janine, and for nearly coming up 20 years now, I've been working to help people. Mainly, I specialise in helping with trauma repair, PTSD, but I help people with all sorts of things. I've recently had somebody who was having IVF treatment, that I took her into her Akashic records to get something out that she needed in order to conceive. So basically, I work with the multi-layered, multi-dimensional aspects of consciousness, hence the name, the Consciousness Architect. And I get results with people. I take people into their body, I take people into their past. Sometimes even we go into the future to get information to help people with many things. And it could be a block in their love life, it could be their business, it could be their health, past life stuff, regression, all sorts of things. I also make self-help audios for people that people can download on their cell phones or their tablets or computer, and they touch on lots of different subjects, from clearing blocks that affect your money abundance, spiritual development, weight, so relationship with food is very important, and things like that. So there are the audios. I also have published 4 books. I do one-to-ones. I do house realignments for people. So the energy grid in your house becomes aligned with the family and your pets, which allows for better flow. So that's a bit like Feng Shui without moving all the furniture around. And I currently have an Instagram channel where I go live at 12 Pacific every Saturday lunchtime. And I open a portal in my chest and open a portal in front of you, and we connect to our higher consciousness, the higher consciousness I call one. And that's, if you imagine going through, if the source was the sun as a portal, we go through the source portal into the clear void, and we pull that bliss energy down and we anchor it into the earth. And then one opens a portal in my chest and in front of you, and we clear out old programs and patterns from your energy matrix. It's extremely powerful. If you know, I believe I'm the only person in the world that's done this, and it's taken me nearly, as I said, nearly 20 years of upgrading my DNA and changing my energy templates in order for me to be able to do this for people. So there are at least 50 free healings on my Instagram page, which is at Janine Regan Sinclair, all lowercase, all one word. That upgraded DNA, the world around us is a projection of what we've got within us, and in particular in our subconscious and in our DNA. It's called the law of projection. So I've done, I think, 114 as of yesterday, or yeah, 114 DNA upgrades for people, which is basically clearing out old programs that are in your system that are creating the negativity in the world around us. And we're currently in an ascension process, which means that humanity and Mother Earth are raising their consciousness, their vibrational frequency to a higher level. And in order for us to anchor that in, because we are the anchor points for that higher frequency, we need to clean our body, clean our DNA, upgrade our DNA, reawaken codes, in the light codes in our DNA, in order to be able to put more light through us into the planet, which was raising up the planet. So in a nutshell, that's you know what I'm doing. My new website is hopefully going to be finished by the end of April. I've got a workshop coming up for you guys on the 22nd, which is a Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific, on retrieving heart fragments. Every time we've been hurt, we lose a little piece of ourselves. And that workshop is going to be bringing back those pieces of your heart. Well, when you understand your heart is your manifesting tool, it makes sense to get those pieces back. So the new members platform should be up and running the end of April, certainly in May. And within that, I teach astral traveling workshops. I teach them anywhere. There's one of those coming up next weekend, and or the weekend after this, and I think it's the 3rd of April, and there's another one the week after on the 10th of April. On the Sunday, I usually teach. So I teach astral traveling. I teach you how to access your Akashic records, which is the records of all of your lifetimes, everything that you've ever experienced and will experience. And we go in there and we cancel old things like vows and contracts and bonds and things like that. Even black magic. We're basically clearing our storage facility, because everything that's in there is part of the consciousness that's creating the world around us. So the cleaner it is, obviously, the better the world around us is. We project our consciousness, which creates and manifests the world around us, and it reflects it back to us. So I also teach divine feminine, divine masculine workshops, which help people clear womb trauma. And that's for men and women, because we all have womb trauma. We've all been born and we've all been male and female in past lives. So I clear those things out and activate the divine feminine, divine masculine template in your system in that one. And the 4th one is the energetic implant workshop. So if you use a cell phone or the internet, you're picking up, more than likely picking up energetic implants in your body. And I teach people how to clear those out, because they can distort your psychic messages or intuitive messages or even your dreams. And I'm working on a 12-month program for people in consciousness architecture, so that you are taking back the control of understanding that you are the nucleus of your reality, and nothing happens, just by chance. Everything means something, and everything is coming from your consciousness, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So it makes sense to learn about the law of projection, learn about how to change the programs, which are the software in the machine of your reality experience, And that's what I teach people, how to do that. And yeah, it's powerful stuff, because basically we're taking control of what we project into the world, and we're going in, and if we don't like what we're seeing, we're taking those programs out, switching those programs off in our DNA and in our consciousness. So 95% of our DNA, we've been told, is junk, is actually software. It's software, and it's imprints and instructions to our reality matrix, and it creates our physical bodies, it creates our health, it creates our wealth, it creates our reality experience, our relationships, and all sorts of stuff. It creates everything, it manifests everything. So it's a really powerful tool to learn how to use that. And yeah, hopefully some of you will be able to join me then. Sorry, Gertrude, I'm not sure how long you wanted me to talk for.
That was awesome. So I was saying, you know, since we met, we had a conversation around all of the issues that I have encountered in these last few years. And I went online and I downloaded one of your programs, and there has been some amazing shifts within me that I can really feel. So for those of you who don't know, I went through a separation and a divorce after 27 years of marriage. 31-year relationship was just gone. And I had not realized just how big an impact it had on me until we started talking the other day. And you said something about my needing to ask for that piece of my heart back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I really felt into that. I really did. I've listened to the audio recording that I purchased on your website a couple of times. And yeah, it's an energetic thing. I can't explain it. Maybe you could help me, Janine. What's happening to me?
Okay. So when we go through any kind of trauma, it can your human bodies are not solid. They're made of layers and templates of light, energy, frequency. And when we go through a trauma, pieces of us can break away from those templates. They call it, shamans call it soul retrievals. It's getting your pieces of your soul back. So I've created an audio that brings back up to 3 pieces of your soul fragments back on a larger scale. And the workshop's bringing back the heart fragments that I talked to you about, that I'm going to do on the 22nd. So what it does is I use breathing techniques to change the brainwave frequency in the audios to theta brainwave frequency. Well, theta is meditation brainwave frequency, and that gives us access to the other levels of consciousness where these things are stored. So it's like going into your computer software and defragging the viruses in there that are causing glitches on your screen. And in our screen, it's our reality experience. So basically, it's taking you into a deeper level of consciousness. It slows your brainwave frequency down so that we can tap into that realm and find these bits of us that are missing, heal them and bring them back to us. They're healed and they're integrated back into your body, back into your light templates in your body. And everyone suffers trauma, you know, even being born. The first thing we do is, you know, coming out of our mother's body is we get slapped. And
Yes.
you know, that's traumatic. That's the first trauma, you know, we have. But we can also have trauma even in vitro. People that are in pregnant women really need to be taken care of. I didn't realize until I got into this line of work just how fragile babies are in the womb to what's going on around the mother. Because if the mother goes through trauma, the baby absorbs the trauma into their system. And intergenerational trauma as well is passed down through the DNA. So if people come from a long line of you know, any kind of trauma really, that DNA is passed down to the children with those codes in it.
Yeah.
So I also take people in to look at their chromosome. I get them to see their chromosome, that twisted ladder shape. with about 6 loops in it, and I open it out flat like a piece of paper, and if there's a disease, we see the disease written on the piece of paper, and then I bring the energy through and it switches that disease code off in their DNA. And I've been getting amazing results with people, phenomenal results, from allergies being completely released to stutters being released, stammers, to cancer, all sorts of health issues healed by going into the DNA and switching off the disease program in the DNA. So some of these things we're taught that these, we inherit disease, but people like Dr. Bruce Lipton, the cell biologist, if you've heard of him, is amazing. He explains that we don't actually do that. It's passed, information is passed on an energetic level. It's not passed through on the physical level the way we've been taught it in biology. And we're all connected. So we're all connected to, to other people's stuff anyway. So it's really powerful healing system, and I've developed it. It's evolved over the last 20 years since I first got involved with working with, energy and trying to understand how that works and how it affects us. And we're not just one. Sorry.
Sorry, I just want Jerry to chime in here if she's got any questions and comments. We've got this fascinating healer in our midst today. Do you have any questions or comments, Jerry? Is your sound back?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I have been working with a woman that does energy work with me for quite some time, and I have cancer. And well, I don't think I have cancer anymore. In fact, she doesn't either. I've taken treatment and they've eradicated the cancer. I haven't been told from the doctors I don't have it, but I know I don't have it anymore.
Okay, that's good.
But she's helped me in so many different times in my life. When my first husband passed away, I carried that burden and that broken heart for a long time. And it wasn't until I started working with her that I could even mention his name without breaking down, or I couldn't tell all the wonderful things about him without, it being a tragedy. And his life was not a tragedy. His life was amazing. He was a great man, and we had a wonderful 31 years together. And who gets that? Not everybody gets that. So I was so grateful when I figured out that if I did this work with her, that I could have conversations about him. Today happens to be the 19th year since the day he died. So so it's near and dear. But we had so many good things that went on during our life. In fact, when I wrote my book, that was very healing, to be able to write about him and even about how we worked together with grandma and how and his passing and how I got past that. And she had everything to do with helping me through that. And then recently I called her twice while I was going through my treatment. All of a sudden my right leg just swelled up like a balloon. It's like I didn't fall. She was like, "You didn't fall?" Well, she pinpointed exactly what it was. And then I just, and she sent energy to me, and it went away, and it was fabulous. But I just out of curiosity, I called the doctor and talked to him about it, and they told me it was exactly what she said. And I thought, okay. And then I finished radiation a couple of weeks ago, and my hand, I had cancer in my hand of all places, and my hand was pretty torn up. And on one day, it was the worst I had been so far. We did the work. She sent the energy. Next day was the first time I grew scar tissue, and now the hand's almost healed. So I totally believe that we have the ability to help heal ourselves.
Definitely.
This is my 5th bout with cancer in my life, and so I opted for treatment. But I still needed that to know that I was on board with my body. I have to know what's going on in my body. There's no secrets from myself. I don't want to be in the dark. So
it needs to be taken out of your DNA, because when we go into disease, it activates programs in the DNA, and that's the junk DNA. What we're told is junk. it activates disease programs in there. And I take people in to switch off those disease programs in the DNA, so they get visuals of their own DNA. When we do it, I had a lady years ago who had a hernia, and she was going in for an operation, and she put the operation off for 6 weeks and decided to have 2 sessions with me, and we got rid of it. It was basically emotional trauma that was all knotted up in her abdomen area. And when she went back to the hospital, 3 different doctors, they would not accept that an energy somebody with a healer helped to clear it. They all said we must have got it wrong in the first place. 3 doctors said they must have got it wrong in the first place. So that we're moving into an era now where energy healing has been around for a long time. I don't just work with energy healing per se. I take people journeying. I've studied with shamans as well. So we journey through all these different layers. It's not so they're getting visuals of other experiences in their lifetime that have caused the problem in the first place. I take people back on a journey to the root cause of the issue, because we can move layers, but we have to get deep into the root cause in order for it to stop. So I've had some amazing results with people, but I studied hypnotherapy and the counseling to help me understand how the psychological, the subconscious and the unconscious, and how that works, and how to access that and remove imprints in the consciousness as well. And NLP goes into that kind of stuff as well, and the shamanic stuff comes in for finding soul fragments and pieces of us that have disappeared and need to be brought back. They need to be realigned and brought back into harmony with the rest of the body, because people say things like, I feel like there's a piece of me missing, or I've never felt the same since that happened. And I work with the military as well, people in the military, and a lot of military people have PTSD for various reasons. Even their basic training shatters them into pieces. It's it's so hard for them. So
it's very traumatic. So how can people get hold of you? I'm going to share the link to your website at the bottom of the screen, and just remind us again what day you're running the workshop.
I'm running a workshop specifically for Herstory on Saturday, the 22nd of April at 2 p.m. Pacific daytime. And my website currently is crystalkey.com, and the crystal is with a C and the key is K-I, as in chi and prana. But by the end of the month, or the beginning of next month, it will be my name, JanineReganSinclair.com. So I'm changing the website because we're building the new platform, the members platform for people to come on, which will be $9.99 US a month. And I will be there every week. So I'll be doing healing on people every week, and Q&As and things like that for the members that come to see me on there. I'll still keep up my Instagram free for people on there as well, because there's always people that are struggling at the moment and can't afford the membership platform. So I'm doing my best I can to help as many people as I can. And as you know, the audios start at only $5.99, so they're not expensive.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Janine, for coming online and inspiring us today. We all need different ways to heal. And I'm going to book a session with you and give you some feedback next week, or maybe after I finish the summit. There's just some magical things, very, very magical. I can't wait to reconnect with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to my co-hosts, Miss Jerry. Thank you so much. Like I said, I have missed you. I am so glad you're back. We're going to have a little reunion with a few of the original Herstory members tomorrow. Nice. I got hold of Janine in Las Vegas, so she's going to join us. I reached out to a couple of other people, so we can have a little reunion in the morning before we get started. But Jerry, if we could connect a bit later, I've got a few podcast interviews to do now. I'll call you on your cell phone when I'm ready. Okay. And then we can see what's happening with your technology, so we're ready for tomorrow.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you again. Have a fantastic day, everybody. Another awesome, awesome, awesome day for the Herstory Summit, day 23. 8 more days to go. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.